Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Raised as Uchiha Prodigy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Minato was met with strong opposition from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who held Naruto in his arms. The baby had black hair, unlike his siblings, Naruko and Menma, who had red and yellow hair, respectively. Hiruzen expressed his disapproval of Minato's plan, insisting that abandoning one child for the sake of training the others was unacceptable, regardless of their potential. As Naruto began to cry, Hiruzen gently bounced him to soothe the baby, reassuring him that he was safe. Minato sighed, watching his oldest son in Hiruzen's embrace. He believed it was necessary to leave Naruto behind so that the others could learn to control the chakra of the Kyuubi. Tsunade, who had joined them, supported Minato's decision, arguing that it would only be a couple of years before they could return home, where Naruto would be happy to reunite with his family. However, Orochimaru, who stood behind Hiruzen, voiced his disdain for Minato's choice, calling it pathetic to leave one child for the others. Hiruzen echoed this sentiment, and the baby sensed the tension, crying once more. Hiruzen promised to take care of Naruto, planning to provide him with an apartment when he turned 8. Orochimaru agreed with Hiruzen, reminding Minato that he was not acting as Hokage in this moment, and hoped that Naruto would forgive him one day. With a scowl, Minato urged everyone to focus on raising their children. Hiruzen looked down at the baby, who seemed to clap and gurgle, making sounds that resembled playful babbling. 6 years later, Naruto found himself in a nearby alley, trying to escape from a group of drunken chunin who often chased him. This had become a weekly occurrence. They would hunt him down, leaving him in pain, but an ANBU masked figure always arrived afterward to take him to the hospital. Naruto had never understood why he was targeted, especially after being kicked out of the orphanage at 4. On his 5th birthday, while helping the 3rd Hokage with stamps, Naruto felt a deep affection for him, often referring to him as Gigi. He also admired his uncle Orochimaru, who was frequently absent. However, today felt different. It was October 10th, the anniversary of the nine-tailed fox's attack on the village, and Naruto was seen as a target for the villagers' anger. As he hid in the alley, trembling with fear, the chunin pursuing him brandished kunai and shuriken, one even wielding a sword. Unfortunately for Naruto, one of them was a sensor ninja who quickly alerted the others to his location. He was grabbed by his hair and thrown against the wall, pleading for them to stop, but his cries were met with violence. One chunin, fueled by rage over a personal loss, struck Naruto again, while another villager called for him to be restrained. As Naruto felt the sharp pain of being pinned to the wall, he screamed, his cries echoing with the innocence of a child rather than the malice of a demon. The crowd hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the sound. Yet, the moment was fleeting. A genin accused Naruto of trickery, and the crowd resumed their assault. Just as one villager prepared to strike again, Naruto's vision blurred, and everything around him faded to shades of gray. In that moment, he witnessed the villager's shock before being engulfed in flames. A young voice called out, unleashing a powerful fire jutsu that quickly dispatched the attackers. As Naruto fell to the ground, he felt the kunai removed from his hands. The ANBU who had arrived was visibly distressed, apologizing for not arriving sooner. He noticed Naruto's eyes open, and his breath caught in his throat. Naruto, in his dazed state, commented on the boy's remarkable eyes before losing consciousness. Itachi Uchiha, the boy who had saved him, chuckled softly and swiftly transported both of them to the hospital and then to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, Itachi informed the 3rd Hokage about the brutal attack on Naruto, emphasizing the severity of the situation. The Hokage, concerned for Naruto's well-being, inquired about the fate of the attackers. Itachi revealed that he had used a fire jutsu to eliminate them, prompting the Hokage to express his disbelief. However, Itachi had more to share. He revealed that Naruto had awakened the Sharingan, a revelation that left Hiruzen in shock. He sought confirmation, and Itachi assured him that he had witnessed it firsthand, his own Sharingan activated, ruling out any possibility of genjutsu. Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat, pondering the situation. He wondered how Minato could possess such traits. It was possible that Minato's ancestors were Uchiha, despite his bright yellow hair, which was different from Naruto's black hair. Hiruzen speculated that perhaps Kushina or Minato had an ancestor who was an Uchiha, and the ability was dormant, only to be unlocked at a young age like Naruto's. However, he wasn't entirely sure. Itachi nodded in understanding and made a request. He expressed his desire for Naruto to live with his family, having witnessed the harsh treatment Naruto received from the villagers. Itachi noted that Naruto would likely have perished if not for the one tail within him, and he could train Naruto in the Sharingan. Hiruzen considered the pros and cons of this arrangement. The benefits seemed numerous, while he struggled to identify any drawbacks. With a sigh, he granted Itachi's request, instructing him to inform Naruto when he woke up and to discuss it with his parents to avoid any potential conflict. An hour later, Itachi shared the news with his family. Mikoto Uchiha was immediately supportive, having intended to discuss the matter with Fugaku. Fugaku, who had been on Minato's genin team, agreed, expressing regret that Minato hadn't taken Naruto with him. He emphasized that since Naruto possessed the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan should welcome him with open arms. Itachi smiled at his father's unexpected display of emotion. Mikoto playfully teased Fugaku, commenting on his softer side, while Itachi turned to his little sister, Satsuki, to gauge her feelings about Naruto moving in with them. Satsuki, still sleepy, nodded slightly before drifting back to sleep. Itachi smiled at her and went to bed for the night. The next day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a new room. He noticed a girl around his age playing with a piece of clay and a boy watching her with a small smile. Turning his head, he saw two more people, a man and a woman, both with black hair. The woman resembled an older version of the little girl. A voice startled him, and he turned to see the girl right in front of him, causing him to blush with embarrassment. Mikoto teased Satsuki about being too young to date boys, prompting Satsuki to jump away and hide her blush behind Itachi. Naruto, feeling shy, asked who they were and covered his head with a blanket. Mikoto gently removed the blanket, smiling warmly. She explained that they were his new family. Confused, Naruto expressed his doubt, recalling that his last family had left him. Itachi, feeling sympathetic, assured him that family sticks together and that they were now family. Mikoto revealed Naruto's full name, and he protested, insisting he was just Naruto. Itachi playfully poked his forehead, causing Naruto to react. Itachi introduced himself as Itachi and pointed out his mother and father, explaining that they were now his new family. Satsuki, feeling left out, asserted her identity, and Itachi laughed. Satsuki suggested they go to the orphanage to collect Naruto's belongings. As she reached for his whiskers, Naruto flinched, fearing she might hurt him. She reassured him and, after some hesitation, he allowed her to touch them. To everyone's surprise, he purred, prompting Mikoto and Satsuki to exclaim in delight. Satsuki jumped on the bed, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his, while Mikoto joined in, much to Itachi and Fugaku's amusement. Naruto blushed deeply at their playful antics. Once they finished, Mikoto encouraged Naruto to gather his things. He looked down at the blankets, muttering something that went unheard. When asked what he said, he revealed that he had nothing because he had been kicked out when he was 4. Fugaku and Mikoto were taken aback, while Itachi frowned. Satsuki asked where he had lived, and Naruto met her gaze, explaining that he had lived on the streets and in a forest, where he had faced danger from bad people. He pointed to Itachi, explaining how he had saved him with a fireball technique. Itachi was surprised and asked how Naruto knew it was him. Naruto smiled slightly, describing the warm and calm feeling he had sensed from Itachi, noting his distinct hairstyle. Itachi smiled back, impressed by Naruto's observations. They agreed to keep the details of the previous night a secret between themselves and the Hokage. When it was time to leave, Naruto hesitated, remaining seated. Itachi began to ask what was wrong when Naruto suddenly hugged him tightly, bringing smiles to everyone except Fugaku, who smirked at the heartwarming scene. Itachi gently patted Naruto's back as he expressed his gratitude, thanking Itachi amidst his tears. "Thank you for giving me a family." 1 month had passed since Naruto became part of the Uchiha family. Initially, he was shy and quiet, but as time went on, he opened up. By the 3rd week, both he and Satsuki had joined the academy. Today was the day Fugaku had promised to teach them the family jutsu, allowing them to display the family crest on the back of their shirts. As they entered the house, Satsuki and Naruto called out to their parents, announcing their arrival. Mikoto greeted them warmly, asking about their day. Naruto expressed his boredom with Iruka-sensei's lengthy history lesson, questioning the relevance of such knowledge in a real battle. Mikoto smiled at her adoptive son's bright spirit, appreciating his logical thinking. Curious about Fugaku's whereabouts, Satsuki inquired about their father's plans to teach them the fireball jutsu. Mikoto called out to Fugaku, reminding him of the lesson he had promised. Fugaku soon appeared, putting on his sandals. He had to admit that Naruto brought a unique joy to the Uchiha compound, even if some family members were skeptical about his presence. However, Fugaku had silenced any dissenters, valuing the happiness Naruto brought to their home. At a nearby lake, Fugaku prepared to teach the jutsu. Naruto asked if he could use his Sharingan to copy the technique. The family had reacted differently upon discovering that Naruto possessed the Sharingan. Satsuki felt a twinge of jealousy, while Fugaku felt disappointment at the circumstances that led to Naruto's awakening of the ability. Mikoto, on the other hand, was thrilled, believing it signified Naruto's potential for greatness. Fugaku explained that to truly become an Uchiha, Naruto needed to learn the jutsu without relying on the Sharingan. He assured Naruto that he could later copy techniques from allies, provided they gave permission. Excited, Naruto agreed to the challenge. Fugaku demonstrated the hand signs, and both children nodded, ready to learn. He instructed them to gather chakra in their lungs until they felt a slight burning sensation before releasing it with force. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a large fireball that illuminated the area. Satsuki attempted the jutsu next, producing a small flame that fizzled out quickly. Fugaku encouraged her, reminding her that practice was key. When it was Naruto's turn, he executed the hand signs swiftly and summoned a massive fireball, larger than Fugaku's demonstration. It was an impressive feat, even surpassing Itachi's first attempt. Proud of his son's achievement, Fugaku praised Naruto, suggesting he might be the next Uchiha Prodigy. Satsuki, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration, resolved to practice harder. After Fugaku left, Naruto excitedly celebrated his success with Satsuki, who expressed her disappointment at not achieving the same result. Determined to help her, Naruto offered to assist Satsuki in refining her technique. They spent the rest of the day practicing together, eventually achieving a fireball that surpassed Fugaku's initial demonstration. They shared laughter over their minor burns and scratches from their training. As they made their way home, supporting each other while limping slightly, Satsuki admitted her exhaustion. Naruto whispered a suggestion about using his Sharingan, knowing that their parents wanted to keep it a secret for now. Upon arriving home, they greeted Mikoto, who hugged them both and scolded them gently for staying out late and injuring themselves. However, her tone softened as she praised their efforts in mastering the fireball technique, especially Naruto's impressive performance. Curious, Naruto asked how she knew about their training. Mikoto revealed that Naruto's uncle had been watching them from a distance and was quite impressed. Excited, Naruto inquired about his uncle's whereabouts, and Mikoto explained that he had left a while ago but had given her a scroll containing jutsu for them to practice, including several taijutsu styles and chakra paper for training. She handed the scroll to Naruto, who beamed with anticipation for the lessons ahead. He looked at it questioningly. Mikoto chuckled while Satsuki face-bombed and asked how to open the scroll. Satsuki explained that it was a storage scroll. Mikoto scolded Satsuki to be nice, but then confirmed her sister's words, instructing Naruto to channel some chakra into the scroll. Naruto nodded and did as instructed, causing the scroll to open. Inside, he found 3 pieces of chakra paper, each accompanied by 5 scrolls of different colors and symbols. One was blue, labeled Water Jutsu, another was red for Fire Jutsu, a brown one for Earth Jutsu, a white one for Wind, and the final one was yellow for Lightning. Mikoto directed Naruto to take a piece of paper and channel chakra into it. She explained the results. If it burned, it was fire. If it got soggy, it was water. If it split in half, it was wind. If it crinkled, it was lightning. And if it crumbled, it was earth. Naruto picked up the paper and focused his chakra, watching in fascination as it split into 3 pieces, one crinkling, one burning, and another soaking. Mikoto, Satsuki, and Itachi, who had just entered the room, were left in awe. Mikoto could only nod in response to Naruto's question about whether it was good. Itachi spoke up, noting that Naruto had 4 elemental affinities, which was extraordinary since most people had only 1. Naruto smiled, feeling a deep admiration for Itachi, who had achieved so much at a young age. Grateful, Naruto expressed his desire to become as strong as Itachi. Itachi smiled and beckoned Naruto over, playfully poking him with 2 fingers. Naruto growled in annoyance, rubbing the spot where Itachi had poked him. Mikoto watched the 2 brothers with a fond smile, recalling her earlier conversation with Itachi. In a flashback, Mikoto had asked Itachi how he felt about Naruto. Itachi had expressed his love for Naruto, emphasizing that despite not being blood-related, he would do anything for him. Mikoto was taken aback by Itachi's feelings, feeling proud of how he had welcomed Naruto into their family. As the flashback ended, Mikoto announced it was time for bed, reminding the children they had school the next day. Itachi gave her a curious look, and she confirmed she was serious about her earlier words. Naruto called out good night from his room, followed by Satsuki. Mikoto stood up, realizing she needed to sew Uchiha symbols onto their clothing, to which Itachi agreed with a smile. A year later, Iruka called out to Naruto, who jolted awake from a dream about training with Itachi. Iruka asked a question about the first Hokage, and Naruto, tired of the lectures, questioned the relevance of such history in their ninja lives. The class laughed, but Satsuki backed him up, pointing out his intelligence. Iruka, frustrated, ordered them out of the classroom. Once outside, Naruto suggested they train, and Satsuki agreed, though Naruto noted that she always won. He chuckled, recalling how Orochimaru had offered him training, which had significantly improved his skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu. In a flashback from 6 months prior, Naruto struggled with a fire technique, the Great Dragon Fire technique. Orochimaru appeared, encouraging him to channel chakra throughout his body. After some guidance, Naruto successfully executed the technique, creating a dragon of flames that engulfed a nearby tree. As Orochimaru prepared to extinguish the fire, Naruto confidently stopped him, using a water technique to douse the flames. Orochimaru looked on in shock at Naruto's abilities. Orochimaru shook his head in disbelief and smiled warmly at Naruto. He expressed his pride in Naruto for accomplishing something only the second Hokage had achieved. Naruto beamed and embraced his uncle once more. Orochimaru proposed to teach Naruto the taijutsu techniques he had previously shared, suggesting a more hands-on approach instead of merely sending scrolls. Naruto nodded eagerly, and Orochimaru chuckled, ruffling his hair before they began their training. From that day on, every other week after school, Naruto trained with Orochimaru. On the alternate weeks, he practiced with Satsuki and Itachi, honing their skills with kunai and shuriken while developing Naruto's Sharingan and speed. Mizuki entered the scene with a cup of coffee, inquiring if they had been sent out again. Naruto admitted that Iruka-sensei was not pleased when they expressed their thoughts on his lectures. Satsuki giggled at the exchange, correcting Naruto on her name, which made him blush with embarrassment while Mizuki laughed. Mizuki encouraged them to go train, stating they weren't learning anything important that day. With excitement, Naruto dashed to the nearest training grounds upon arrival. They assumed their taijutsu stances, Satsuki in the Uchiha style and Naruto blending various techniques he had learned. He had begun to create a new taijutsu style with Orochimaru's guidance, though he had yet to name it. Naruto asked about the rules, to which Satsuki smirked and declared that anything goes. Concerned, Naruto hesitated, worried about Satsuki getting hurt. She urged him not to hold back and charged at him. Naruto sidestepped her easily and tripped her. She rolled with the fall and quickly got back up, forming hand signs. Satsuki unleashed a fire-style technique, but Naruto countered with water bullets, extinguishing her flames. As he prepared for another move, he dodged a punch from Satsuki, stumbled back, and kicked her in the chest before backflipping away. Satsuki growled in frustration, only to be tripped again and pinned by Naruto, who raised his fist in question. When she yielded, he helped her up, and she admitted that he outclassed her, expressing her desire to grow stronger. Just then, they heard clapping and turned to see 5 ninjas with IWA headbands approaching. One of the IWA ninjas complimented their spar, but Naruto felt a surge of anger when another taunted him. The leader of the group struck Naruto, sending him to the ground. Satsuki attempted to fight back but was restrained. The leader made an unsettling comment about Satsuki, and Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he realized their intentions. With a growl, Naruto's demeanor shifted, and he unleashed a powerful aura. Surrounded by red chakra, he transformed, his eyes becoming slitted. He felt a primal urge to protect Satsuki and slammed his hand on the ground, summoning wooden spikes that impaled 3 of the 4 men holding her. The last IWA ninja was swiftly dealt with as well. Naruto's fury intensified, and he charged at the remaining attacker, delivering powerful blows that sent him crashing into the trees. Using his newfound abilities, Naruto ensnared the man in branches, causing him to cry out in distress. Satsuki watched in shock as Naruto unleashed his power. The red chakra faded, revealing his normal form, and he deactivated his Sharingan as Orochimaru, Itachi, and a group of ANBU arrived on the scene. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed, but Satsuki caught him, cradling his head and stroking his hair. Hiruzen, the Hokage, observed the aftermath and noted the presence of Mokutan, a technique thought to have vanished with the first Hokage. The ANBU were equally astonished, and Orochimaru remarked on Naruto's potential for greatness as Satsuki continued to comfort him. Fast forward 6 years, the day before graduation, Naruto and Satsuki were filled with excitement. Naruto anticipated the end of tedious bookwork, while Satsuki looked forward to the challenges ahead. As he approached the Hokage Tower, he felt a sense of accomplishment, skillfully dodging those who tried to bump into him. With complete control over his Sharingan, he felt proud of his progress. After the encounter with the IWA ninjas, the third Hokage had sent him scrolls on Mokutan regularly, and Orochimaru had been there to guide him. Additionally, he had made 2 new friends along the way. Their names were Anko Mitarashi and Kakashi Hatake. He had learned many jutsus and was very proficient in battle tactics and genjutsu. His Sharingan aided him significantly. He had grown closer to Satsuki since that day, feeling a flutter in his stomach whenever he was near her. Naruto burst into the Hokage's office, disregarding the group of people in front of the desk. He announced his arrival with a laugh, and Hiruzen smiled warmly at him. The Hokage wanted Naruto to meet some visitors, gesturing to the individuals gathered. Naruto studied the group, which included 2 kids around his age, an old man with long white hair, a tall man with blue eyes and blonde hair, a woman with long red hair, and another woman with blonde hair styled in 2 pigtails. Naruto focused on the tall man with blonde hair, scowling as he questioned the reason for their presence. The man's smile faded, and he stepped forward to introduce himself as Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and Naruto's father. Naruto's scowl deepened, insisting that his real father was at home waiting for him. Minato looked confused, trying to explain that they were his family, but Naruto shook his head in disgust, rejecting the notion. Minato's eyes widened when he noticed the Uchiha clan crest on Naruto's back. A boy with red hair, resembling his mother, stepped forward, suggesting that Naruto had stolen it and reaching for the crest. In response, Naruto flared his chakra, causing the boy to sweat and raise his hands in surrender. Minato and Kushina were taken aback by the speed and intensity of the child they had abandoned. Kushina realized the gravity of the situation, admonishing her son for drawing a kunai on his own brother. Naruto glared at her, stating that both of his brothers were on missions and that only one could truly defeat him in a fight. Tsunade, losing patience, confronted Naruto about his grudge against his real family. Unbeknownst to her, she was staring into his Sharingan. As she continued to approach him, she suddenly bumped into an invisible barrier, realizing she was caught in a genjutsu. Quickly dispelling it, She found herself facing the opposite side of the room, her eyes widening in shock along with everyone else, except for Naruto and Hiruzen, who were both aware of the Sharingan's power. Minato asked how Naruto had obtained the Sharingan, but Naruto refused to share that information. Minato urged him to call him Tu-san, but Naruto adamantly rejected the title, expressing his anger over being abandoned. He pointed out that he had been left to suffer at the hands of the villagers while his siblings were cared for. In a flash, Naruto vanished, heading to the Uchiha compound. Kushina began to cry, lamenting what they had done to their son. Minato, skeptical of Naruto's claims of mistreatment, believed the villagers were kind-hearted. However, Hiruzen revealed the truth. On Naruto's 6th birthday, he had nearly been killed but was saved by Itachi Uchiha. Afterward, Naruto was adopted by Fugaku and Mikoto. During that traumatic event, he had unlocked his Sharingan, becoming a prodigy trained by Itachi and Orochimaru, whom he referred to as Uncle Orochi. His life had been relatively stable until he and Satsuki Uchiha were attacked by 5 IWA Nin. The adults froze as they processed this information. Hiruzen continued, explaining that Naruto had grown angry and unlocked another Kekai Genkai, Mokun. Tsunade dismissed his claims as impossible, but Hiruzen insisted that he was sharing facts. He explained how Naruto had tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra to defeat the IWA troops when he was just 7 years old. He had mastered various Mokutan techniques since then, showcasing remarkable skill. Hiruzen concluded that Naruto would be classified as a mid to high jonin if he had more experience, but without it, he was closer to a mid-chunin or low jonin. Frustrated, Minato questioned why he had not been informed of this in their letters. Hiruzen pointed out that Minato had never asked, assuming it was not important to him. He reminded Minato that he often boasted about his other children mastering the Kyuubi's chakra, but without it, their abilities would be diminished. He emphasized that Naruto had been raised to rely on his own strength. The younger siblings scowled at Hiruzen, questioning his knowledge. Hiruzen asserted that he could sense their chakra pools, which were only substantial due to the Kyuubi. He instructed them to be quiet, turning his attention to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hiruzen revealed that Naruto had declared Orochimaru and Mei Terumi as his new godparents, which angered Kushina, who stormed off, insisting that Mei was not Naruto's mother. Hiruzen informed Minato that he had granted custody of Naruto to Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha at Naruto's request, as they loved him dearly and brought joy to the Uchiha compound. Minato was left stunned, questioning how Hiruzen could take such action when he believed he was on his side. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of disappointment. He had ceased to support them when he witnessed the injuries Naruto had sustained, with wounds marring his hands and multiple injuries across his abdomen. The decision made by the others had been reckless and unwise. He commanded them to leave, stating that Minato could return to his position only after Naruto graduated. Minato nodded sadly in response. Hiruzen pondered the regret he saw in their expressions. He wondered if Naruto would ever find it in his heart to forgive them. Taking another puff from his pipe, he contemplated the weight of their choices. And the first chapter was complete. It was the longest chapter the author had ever written, taking all day due to various distractions and the need for research. The hope was that readers would enjoy it. Naruto lay on Satsuki's lap in the shade of a tree near their home, expressing his frustration about those who claimed to be his family. Satsuki gently stroked his jet-black hair, a comforting gesture she had adopted after the incident with the IWA Shinobi. They often found themselves in this position, sharing their thoughts or simply enjoying each other's presence. Satsuki asked softly if he would forgive them, moving his hair out of his face. Naruto frowned, expressing his feelings of abandonment. He shifted to a more comfortable position, glancing up at Satsuki, a blush creeping across his face as he took in her appearance. Her long ponytail fell over her shoulder, and her bangs were neatly swept aside. Curious, Satsuki inquired about his recent blushes around her. Caught off guard, Naruto hesitated, searching for a different topic until they heard a familiar voice yelling nearby. A heated argument erupted, with Mikoto insisting that Naruto was her son and should live with her. Naruto sighed, grateful for the distraction, and jumped off Satsuki's lap. He helped her up, and they walked toward the commotion. Mikoto confronted her childhood friend, questioning why she had abandoned Naruto. As Naruto and Satsuki approached, they greeted Mikoto. Kushina, mistaking Naruto's greeting, beamed and attempted to hug him, but he skillfully dodged her embrace. Naruto greeted Kushina with an emotionless tone, surprising Satsuki and Mikoto, who were used to his cheerful demeanor. He turned to Mikoto with a smile, asking about his father, who had promised to give him and Satsuki a scroll. Mikoto smiled back, having long since considered Naruto her son, just as Fugaku did. Before she could respond, Satsuki corrected her, reminding her that it was Satsuki-chan and I. Naruto turned red from embarrassment at the correction. Mikoto suggested they hurry inside, mentioning that Fugaku was in the kitchen. However, Kushina interjected, claiming that Naruto's true father was at home with his family. Without turning around, Naruto released a wave of energy that made everyone freeze, declaring that they were not his family and that Minato Namikaze was not his family either. He expressed his pain at being abandoned and demanded that they stay away from him as he walked into the house and retreated to his room. Satsuki rushed after him, calling out his name, while Mikoto expressed her disappointment in Kushina, closing the door to block out the commotion. The next day, excitement filled the air as graduation day arrived. Irika called out names, and the anticipation of becoming genin was palpable. Naruto was particularly thrilled, eager for a special gift from his uncle if he passed. When Irika called out Naruko's name, Menma emerged from the testing room, proudly wearing a leaf headband and surrounded by admirers. He confidently challenged Naruto, who dismissed him, asserting that he was not his brother and asking him to sit down. Naruko, having just finished her test, overheard the exchange and confronted Naruto, urging him not to be mean just because their parents had chosen them. The tension in the room escalated as Naruto emitted a powerful aura, causing the other students to sweat and sit down. Naruto warned Naruko about being on his bad side, which drew gasps from the class. He raised an eyebrow, asking if she wanted to dance, a term he used for fights. Just as he was about to elaborate, Shikamaru interjected, clarifying that Naruto meant fighting, not dancing, and urged them to keep it down. The atmosphere relaxed as Naruto smiled at Shikamaru, who suggested that Naruto should expand his vocabulary. Naruto noted that it would be too troublesome, prompting a light-hearted moment between friends. As Mizuki called out Naruto's name, he mistakenly mixed it up with Naruko's. Clearing his throat, he invited Naruto Uchiha to take his test. Naruto smiled at his teacher and eagerly ran into the examination room. Irika instructed him to perform the substitution technique before the shuriken reached him. Naruto nodded, ready for the challenge. As Irika threw the dulled shuriken, Naruto successfully substituted himself with a log positioned across the classroom. Naruto nodded and performed a single-handed seal, transforming into Itachi Uchiha. Behind the mirror where the parents and the Hokage were watching, Mikoto cooed, expressing her delight at Naruto choosing his brother. Kushina was about to mention Naruto's real family, but was silenced by Minato, who placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head. She sighed and crossed her arms. Fugaku commented with a slight smile, expressing pride in his son. He mused that Naruto seemed to favor Satsuki and Itachi over them. Mikoto agreed, noting that Naruto spent most of his time with them, especially Satsuki, and speculated that he might have feelings for her. Fugaku laughed, wondering if Satsuki felt the same way. Mikoto confidently stated that she believed Satsuki did. In the examination room, Mizuki instructed Naruto to perform at least 3 working clones to pass. He had grown fond of Naruto over the years, secretly considering him his favorite student. When Naruto asked if it mattered what type of clone, Mizuki exchanged a glance with Irika, and they decided it didn't. Naruto proudly declared that his mother had taught him the technique because of his massive chakra reserves. With a shout, he executed the shadow clone jutsu, filling the room with 10 copies of himself. Mizuki and Irika were astonished. Most jonin struggled with this jutsu due to its chakra demands, but Naruto made it seem effortless. Irika stammered out that Naruto had passed. With a smile, Naruto grabbed his headband and exited the room, while Mizuki remarked on the great things he believed Naruto would accomplish. Irika nodded in agreement. When Naruto returned to the classroom, he exclaimed his success. Satsuki smiled at him, causing him to blush. She congratulated him excitedly, having already passed the test herself. Naruto sat beside her and commented on how easy the test had been, suggesting they should learn more challenging material. Satsuki agreed, expressing her frustration with the amount of history they had covered. Iruka and Mizuki entered the room, congratulating the students who had passed and explaining their new responsibilities as genin. Naruto, however, was distracted, admiring Satsuki's beauty. Realizing his thoughts, he blushed deeply, chastising himself for having feelings for her. Iruka called out to Naruto, urging him to pay attention. Naruto straightened up, his face still flushed, while Satsuki also showed a hint of redness on her cheeks. He insisted that Satsuki was not his girlfriend but promised to focus. The class laughed, and he playfully handed Satsuki a kunai, joking about his situation. Satsuki, unimpressed, playfully scolded him and reminded him to listen as Iruka announced their teams. Iruka announced Team 7, consisting of Naruto Uchiha, Satsuki Uchiha, and Sai, with their Jonin senseis being Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. Naruto jumped up in excitement, thrilled at having his brother and Kakashi as their mentors. Satsuki smiled, but then reminded him to calm down to avoid trouble. After all the teams were announced, Naruto expressed his surprise at Kakashi being late. Satsuki added a sarcastic remark about his tardiness. Once the other teams left with their senseis, Naruto attempted to engage with Sai, who seemed peculiar and observant. Naruto leaned closer to Satsuki, whispering about Sai's unsettling demeanor. Satsuki sighed, acknowledging the same feeling. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Kakashi called for Team Naruto glared, expressing his disappointment at Kakashi's lateness. Kakashi offered an awkward smile, explaining that he had helped an elderly woman with her groceries. Naruto accused him of lying, claiming he had stolen that excuse from Obito, which made Kakashi smile at the memory of his late friend. Kakashi instructed them to meet him on the roof, disappearing in a flash. Naruto turned to his teammates, asking Sai to place a hand on his shoulder so he could transport them. Satsuki, accustomed to this, placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder as well. Sai complied, and together they shined to the rooftop. Once there, Satsuki and Naruto sat close together, while Sai maintained a distance. Kakashi leaned against the railing, introducing himself and sharing his interests. Naruto interrupted with a cheeky remark, causing Kakashi to pause. He continued, mentioning his dislikes and hobbies, while waiting for Naruto's reaction, which came as expected. Sai introduced himself next, listing his interests in drawing and painting, but his lack of emotion was evident to everyone. Kakashi then turned to Satsuki, prompting her to share about herself. Satsuki glared at Kakashi but began to introduce herself. She stated her name was Satsuki Uchiha, sharing her fondness for tomatoes and her family. She expressed her dislike for those who abandon others without reason and mentioned her hobbies, which included spending time with Naruto and training with him. Satsuki revealed her 3 dreams: to surpass her brother, to protect those dear to her, and the last one, which made her blush slightly, was to marry someone special. Naruto, feeling a surge of emotion, activated his Sharingan in response to her declaration, and a tense energy filled the area. He thought to himself that he would never have a chance now that Satsuki wanted to marry someone else. Kakashi, noticing Naruto's Sharingan for the first time, felt a wave of concern for his student, realizing the implications of this newfound power. When it was Naruto's turn, he took a moment to gather his thoughts. He introduced himself as Naruto Uchiha, sharing his interests in training, his family, and spending time with Satsuki. He expressed his dislike for his biological family and how long it took him to learn new techniques from Uncle Orochi. His dream was to become the strongest man on the planet and to marry the girl he liked. Satsuki, feeling a pang of jealousy, released some of her own energy in response. Kakashi observed the two, a small smile forming beneath his mask as he noted their obliviousness to each other's feelings. He instructed everyone to meet him at Training Ground 7, noticing the slight grimaces on Naruto and Satsuki's faces. He had heard about an attempted attack by 5 IWA ninjas but chose not to elaborate on it. As they arrived at the training grounds, Naruto avoided Kakashi's gaze, guilt evident on his face. Satsuki, sensing his turmoil, pulled him close and rested her forehead against his, whispering that it wasn't his fault and that he was just protecting her. Kakashi listened intently, his concern deepening when he heard Naruto's anguish over having killed those men in the past. Kakashi pondered the implications of Naruto's actions at such a young age and whether he had tapped into the chakra of the one-tailed beast. He watched as Satsuki kissed Naruto's forehead and embraced him tightly, both of them blushing when they realized how close they were. Kakashi then announced that it was time to see if they could officially become genin. The Uchiha siblings glared at him, and Sai, another member of their team, questioned what he meant. Kakashi explained that they were not genin yet and needed to pass a test, noting the high failure rate. Satsuki inquired about the test, and Kakashi revealed 2 bells, explaining that only those who could obtain them would pass. He instructed them to come at him with the intent to win. As he began the countdown, Naruto impulsively attempted to kick him, only to be thrown back. Naruto, with a determined grin, declared that a true ninja never waits for their opponent to be ready. Kakashi acknowledged this but was soon distracted by the sound of paper bombs. He quickly substituted himself with a log just as Naruto's attack detonated. Satsuki then unleashed her fire style, Fireball Jutsu, while Naruto combined his wind style, Wind Bullets, to enhance her attack. Kakashi narrowly dodged the fireball but was caught off guard by Sai's Ink Lion. Impressed by their teamwork, he declared that they had passed, but then playfully knocked Naruto out. Satsuki protested, confused by the sudden change in Kakashi's demeanor. Kakashi explained that it was just a prank, intending to tie Naruto up for a few hours, assuring her that he would not let him come to harm. Satsuki reluctantly accepted this but still felt uneasy about the situation. After tying Naruto securely, Kakashi sent the others home, while Satsuki left a note on Naruto's chest to reassure him it was just a prank. An hour later, Naruto woke up, realizing he was tied up and unable to reach his kunai. He noticed the note from Satsuki, which explained the prank and reassured him that Kakashi would return soon. Meanwhile, a group of villagers approached the training grounds, discussing their intentions to rig the area. One of them spotted Naruto and exclaimed that they had found the demon. Naruto, unable to access his chakra, felt a wave of panic wash over him. 30 minutes later, Kakashi announced that Team 7 had passed, shocking the other Jonin present. He praised Naruto's brilliant teamwork with Satsuki, highlighting how they had effectively combined their jutsu. Questions arose about the appropriateness of teaching such advanced techniques to genin, but Kakashi remained confident in their abilities. Kakashi shook his head before a voice spoke up. Orochimaru mentioned with a slight smile that he had taught Naruto, noting that the boy was a greater prodigy than any the village had seen. A few murmurs followed. Orochimaru expressed his intention to give Naruto a gift but lamented that he couldn't find him at any of his usual spots, asking Kakashi if he knew where he was. Kakashi chuckled lightly, explaining that he had decided to prank Naruto by tying him to a post at the training grounds, intending to pick him up after the meeting. Orochimaru and Hiruzen's eyes widened in alarm. Minato raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the problem. Hiruzen quickly informed him that Naruto was hated by the villagers, and if someone saw him tied up and vulnerable, they might harm him. Hiruzen called for Anbu, and several members jumped out to stand beside him. He barked for everyone in the room to follow him as he rushed toward the training grounds where Naruto was tied up. Thoughts of concern for Naruto filled Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen's minds as they hurried to the scene. At the training grounds, moments before they left the meeting, Naruto was in distress, feeling immense pain as he was attacked by a villager with a cruel grin. Kunais were embedded in his limbs and stomach, and the villagers took turns inflicting more pain. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he pleaded for them to stop, but they continued their torment. One villager declared their intent to harm all those who supported the demon, and Naruto cried out in agony. A deep voice echoed in his mind, urging him to take its power. Red chakra swirled around him, and with newfound strength, he broke free from the ropes and limped toward the villagers. Everyone watched in horror as Naruto, bloodied and surrounded by villagers, unleashed his fury. Minato and Orochimaru were ready to intervene, but Hiruzen held them back, pointing at Naruto, who had just freed himself. Naruto's voice, tinged with a hint of darkness, echoed as he vowed to retaliate against his tormentors. Wood erupted from the ground, ensnaring several villagers. His Sharingan activated, striking fear into many and astonishing the Jonin present. In a swift motion, Naruto attacked one of the villagers, and with a series of hand signs, he unleashed a powerful fire technique that engulfed the remaining villagers in flames. As his wounds began to heal rapidly, he removed the kunais from his limbs. The Jonin and Anbu revealed themselves, and Naruto, spotting Hiruzen, ran toward him, tears still flowing down his face. He called out for his grandfather, jumping into Hiruzen's arms, sobbing about the pain he had endured. Orochimaru glared at Minato, blaming him for the incident, insisting that if he had taken care of Naruto, this wouldn't have happened. Hiruzen began leading them toward the Uchiha clan compound, with Minato and Orochimaru arguing while Naruto continued to cry in Hiruzen's embrace. Hiruzen comforted Naruto, assuring him that they were almost home. Despite being a genin, Naruto was still human, and even humans could endure too much. 5 minutes later, Hiruzen knocked on the door of the Uchiha head compound. Itachi answered and, upon seeing Naruto in Hiruzen's arms, quickly took him inside. Hiruzen followed, hearing Satsuki and Mikoto crying. Naruto had passed out on the way to the compound. Hiruzen explained the situation, emphasizing that it was a complete accident. Itachi, filled with anger, declared his intent to confront Hatake, but Hiruzen stopped him, asking if that was what Naruto would want. Itachi looked down in shame. Naruto's head rested on Satsuki's lap as she stroked his hair, tears falling for him. Mikoto held his hand, also in tears, while Fugaku silently observed his unconscious son, unable to speak for fear of his voice breaking. After about an hour, Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see Satsuki gently stroking his hair, which was still stained with blood. He questioned her about it, prompting Satsuki to gasp and pull him into a tight embrace, sobbing into his shirt, relieved that he was safe. She insisted he should never put himself in danger again, and Naruto, feeling the weight of her concern, agreed, albeit with a hint of humor about his lack of choice in the matter. After some time spent reassuring his family that he was okay thanks to the fox's healing, he took a shower and changed into comfortable clothes before heading to bed. A couple of hours later, Naruto sat up suddenly, shaken by a nightmare of his family and friends being harmed by the villagers. He tossed and turned, unable to find sleep until he heard a soft knock on his door. When he opened it, Satsuki stood there in a large shirt, asking if he was okay. He sighed and shared his troubling dream with her, expressing his inability to sleep. Satsuki smiled gently, took his hand, and led him back to bed. She lay down next to him, snuggling into his arms, and asked if he felt better as she began to drift off. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and closed his eyes, feeling comforted. He replied that he felt better, grateful for her presence. As another chapter concluded, Mikoto observed Satsuki and Naruto snuggled together, cooing about how cute they looked. Fugaku and Itachi shared a light moment, discussing whether to use hot or cold water to wake them. Itachi decided on cold water and filled a bucket before returning to Naruto's room, ready to rouse the sleeping pair. Itachi quickly drenched the two genin with cold water. Naruto's reaction was priceless. He jumped so high when the water hit him that his head actually touched the ceiling of his room before he landed on the floor. Satsuki attempted to hide under the blanket, but her mother yanked it away. Naruto rubbed the top of his head and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why they would do such a thing. Mikoto simply laughed in response. Naruto, shivering from the cold, growled that he needed to change. Itachi smiled, poked Naruto's wet forehead, and left the room with the rest of the Uchiha family. Quickly, Naruto dressed in his all-black attire and headed out to find his family eating breakfast. Fugaku asked Naruto if he was supposed to meet his sensei at 8. Naruto smiled slightly and shook his head, explaining that Kakashi usually arrived 3 hours late, so they planned to leave around 10:50. Satsuki nodded in agreement before returning to her eggs. Satsuki informed Naruto that his pancakes were on the counter. He thanked her, grabbed his pancakes, and sat next to Itachi. Curious, he asked why Itachi hadn't picked them up the day before, wondering if he wasn't their sensei too. Itachi nodded and explained that he had been sent on a quick mission by Hokasama. Naruto nodded and quickly finished his pancakes. He announced his intention to train, bidding farewell to his parents before running toward the training grounds. 40 minutes later, Naruto shouted, "Wind style, blades of wind," as he expertly sliced the air with his hands, successfully cutting the training dummy into 3 pieces. He smirked at his achievement. His uncle praised him, noting that the jutsu would be quite effective against anyone in its path. Naruto turned to see Orochimaru approaching. He greeted his uncle and asked why he was there, thinking their training session was scheduled for next week. Orochimaru smiled and reminded Naruto about the gift he had promised him for graduating. Naruto frowned, recalling the events of the previous night. Orochimaru smiled sadly and revealed that he had changed his mind. Holding up 2 fingers, he announced he would give Naruto 2 gifts. He took out a small scroll and opened it to reveal a sword with a black hilt and white patches shaped like a diamond, the blade a dark gray. He explained that the sword was made of chakra metal, allowing Naruto to infuse chakra into it and enhance his jutsu. Naruto accepted the sword and sheathed it, thanking his uncle, though he admitted he didn't know how to use it. Orochimaru laughed and assured him he would teach him, along with an ANBU who didn't dislike him, until he could master some styles and create his own, just like he did with taijutsu. Orochimaru then pulled out a large scroll sealed into his wrist. He explained that this was the snake summoning scroll, which he had allowed Anko to sign, and now he wanted Naruto to sign it as well, granting him the ability to summon snakes. With tears in his eyes, Naruto asked if he truly meant it. Orochimaru nodded, and Naruto tackled him in a hug, knowing that being a summoner was rare and that this was one of the best days of his life. Orochimaru opened the scroll and explained how to become a summoner. Naruto signed the contract. Orochimaru then asked if Naruto knew the hand signs. Naruto nodded eagerly, and Orochimaru encouraged him to give it a try, reassuring him not to be discouraged if he couldn't succeed right away. He watched as Naruto went through the hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto summoned the boss snake, Manda. Manda questioned why he had been summoned and expressed his annoyance at seeing Orochimaru. Naruto, perched on Manda's head, clarified that he was the one who summoned Manda. Manda attempted to throw Naruto off but was unsuccessful. Manda commanded Naruto to get off his head so he could see him properly. Naruto jumped down and stood in Manda's line of sight. Manda then questioned Orochimaru about allowing a boy to sign the summoning contract. Orochimaru explained that he believed Naruto was ready to summon and, since no other summons were available at the time, he decided to give him the scroll. Manda contemplated this before stating that Naruto could summon him if he provided a human sacrifice. Naruto looked horrified at the suggestion. Orochimaru, aware of the implications behind Manda's words, asked if there was any other way. Manda nodded but then looked down at Naruto, who met his gaze firmly. Naruto declared that he refused to kill someone to gain Manda's assistance in battle, even if it meant losing the snake contract. Manda chuckled, expressing his approval of Naruto's resolve. He granted Naruto the ability to call upon the snakes if needed and bid farewell before dispelling himself. Naruto smiled brightly at his uncle, but his joy was interrupted by a mock clap from behind them. Turning around, he scowled at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sarcastically praised Naruto for becoming a new snake summoner. Naruto glared at him, questioning what he wanted. Jiraiya feigned innocence, claiming he was merely checking on his student's son. Naruto retorted that it was indeed a crime, as Jiraiya was on Uchiha property without an invitation. Jiraiya began to protest when he found a sword at his neck. Orochimaru, standing behind Jiraiya, challenged him, questioning if he intended to harm Naruto, suggesting that he was jealous of Naruto's potential. Jiraiya boasted that his own students were stronger than Naruto, but Orochimaru countered that neither of them had been chosen by the toads or slugs for summoning, implying they were not worthy. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru but then smirked, proposing a spar between the 3 of them, Naruko and Menma against Naruto. Orochimaru was about to protest about it being unfair until Naruto spoke up. He proposed a deal, suggesting that if he won he would receive the chakra tails from the Kyuubi. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately rejected the idea, but Orochimaru smirked, questioning Jiraiya's confidence in the abilities of the two siblings against Naruto. Jiraiya reluctantly agreed to the bet but added that if he lost, Orochimaru would have to forgive his family, give up his eyes, and move in with them. Without hesitation, Naruto accepted the terms. Before proceeding, Jiraiya mentioned he needed to check with the kids and Minato. Naruto nodded and walked away, ready for the challenge ahead. A week later, Naruto stood in the training ground, flanked by the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. Satsuki, visibly worried, urged him not to go through with the fight, but Naruto insisted he needed to prove himself and show that he could thrive without them. She hugged him tightly, asking him not to lose, and he reassured her with a gentle gesture, which drew awes from the crowd. As the training progressed, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Menma, Naruko, and Tsunade arrived. Menma and Naruko wore confident smirks, having trained extensively with their chakra tails. Naruto felt a pang of disappointment, knowing a true shinobi should not rely solely on one weapon. Stepping into the center of the training ground, Naruto faced Menma and Naruko. Naruko taunted him, asking if he was ready to forfeit and return home, but Naruto remained stoic, declaring he would not lose and would take their chakra tails instead. He then asked about the rules, which Minato clarified: no killing or serious injury. As the match began, Naruto activated his Sharingan, surprising the onlookers who were unaware of this ability. Menma and Naruko transformed, generating their chakra tails and charging at him with a Rasengan. Naruto stood unfazed, and as they approached, he unleashed a shadow clone that exploded, creating a diversion. From a distance, Naruto observed the situation, noting the simplicity of the Rasengan. He quickly created a small version of it, astonishing Minato and Jiraiya, who realized he had mastered it merely by watching. As Menma and Naruko recovered, Naruto performed hand signs and unleashed the double wood dragon technique, summoning two wooden dragons that ensnared the siblings, suppressing their tailed beast chakra. As the tails faded, Naruto approached them slowly, expressing his confidence in his abilities. He created a shadow clone and brandished a kunai, declaring their defeat. Minato watched in disbelief as his children, even in their four-tailed form, were bested. The realization that their years of training might not have been enough weighed heavily on him. With Naruto declared the winner, the Uchiha clan erupted in cheers. He turned to Minato and Jiraiya, reminding them of the importance of not relying on a single weapon and expecting the chakra tails to be sealed within him by the next day. After releasing the wooden dragons, Menma lunged at Naruto, who skillfully dodged and restrained him, asserting his dominance. Minato intervened, calling for Naruto to stop. Naruto released Menma, glaring at Minato before storming off the training field, leaving everyone in shock. This outburst was unlike him, prompting Satsuki to seek him out in the forest. 5 minutes later, Naruto, frustrated, punched a tree repeatedly, leaving dents in the bark. He was angry at Menma and his family for their actions. Suddenly, he noticed Satsuki approaching, and his expression softened. Concerned, she asked what was wrong, and he sighed, expressing his frustration at their attempts to take him away from his true family. Satsuki smiled and kissed him on the cheek, thanking him for not losing and expressing how much he meant to her. He tightened his grip on her, reciprocating her feelings. The next day, Naruto felt exhausted after the physically and mentally taxing experience of sealing 8 tails within him. He'd be lucky if he could walk. Minato expressed pride in his work, stating that the tails were now sealed within Menma and Naruko. Although they struggled to retain their tails, Minato reminded them of their promise. They complied, albeit after a considerable amount of complaining. Currently, they were in a coma-like state due to the extraction but would awaken in an hour or two. Naruto stood up with Orochimaru's assistance. Naruto expressed gratitude to the Hokage, acknowledging that despite being abandoned, Minato was his favorite among his family. Minato fought the urge to jump for joy at Naruto's words, while Naruto managed a weak smile. Minato assured Naruto that if he ever needed help controlling the Kyuubi, He knew where to find him before shining away with Menma and Naruko. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the exchange. Naruto shook his head, stating that he was not forgiving. He clarified that Minato had done the least harm compared to others. Shortly after, he fell unconscious. Orochimaru smiled, picked him up, and walked out of the secluded area toward the Uchiha compound. 2 months after their spar, Naruto expressed his frustration to Hokage Minato, requesting a C-rank mission instead of mundane chores that civilians could handle. Iruka and Minato exchanged sympathetic glances, knowing that the villagers' disdain would not diminish, despite Naruto not being the demon they feared. Naruto inquired if Kakashi approved of the mission, and Kakashi confirmed that they were ready, having just been waiting for them to ask. The room filled with a collective sigh at Kakashi's casual demeanor, except for Sai, who remained unfazed. Naruto exclaimed his disbelief, threatening to burn Kakashi's books in frustration. Kakashi, startled, quickly reassured Naruto that there was no need for such drastic measures and promised to change his ways. Naruto crossed his arms, declaring that Kakashi was fine for now but warned him not to be late for the C-rank mission. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Minato reviewed the list of available C-rank missions and assigned Team 7 to guard the bridge builder, Tsunade. He called for Tsunade to enter and meet his protectors. An elderly man with gray hair and glasses, wearing a piece of white rope around his head, entered holding a bottle of sake. He surveyed the group and scoffed, questioning their ability to protect him, particularly singling out Naruto, whom he deemed a wimp. Naruto and Sai exchanged glances, both aware of their pale appearances. Naruto then took the initiative, snatching the sake from Tsunade's hand and pouring it into a nearby plant, explaining that it was ninja policy for him not to drink until he was safe. Tsunade, taken aback by Naruto's speed, questioned what he meant by being safe. Satsuki chimed in, teasing Tsunade for his earlier remarks about Naruto. Tsunade, realizing his mistake, bowed and apologized to Naruto, acknowledging his skills. Naruto, surprised and slightly embarrassed, requested that Tsunade not bow to him, as it made him uncomfortable. Kakashi, with a smile, instructed everyone to meet at the village gates in an hour. As he turned to leave, Naruto asked if Itachi would be joining them. Kakashi shook his head, explaining that Itachi was on a mission to deal with a missing ninja named Deidara. Minato confirmed Itachi's absence, and Naruto frowned, noting that Itachi had been on more missions lately. He followed Satsuki and Sai out the door. An hour later, Tsunade asked if everyone was present, to which Kakashi nodded before leading the group out of the village. Naruto took a deep breath and walked alongside Kakashi, with Satsuki and Sai quickly following. As they traveled, Naruto chatted with Satsuki while Kakashi occasionally teased them, which led to Naruto playfully threatening to burn Kakashi's books again. Sai and Tsunade walked in silence, with Tsunade appearing relaxed while Sai seemed more controlled. Noticing a puddle on the ground, Naruto, in his typical fashion, decided to have some fun. He jumped into the puddle a few times, causing Satsuki to tense up, sensing danger. She discreetly reached for her kunai. After a final stomp on the puddle, Naruto stepped out, but moments later, chains erupted from the puddle, ensnaring Kakashi. Satsuki and Sai quickly moved to protect Tsunade from the emerging threat. One of the attackers declared that they had taken down one of their targets and charged at Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto performed hand signs and unleashed a fireball technique, engulfing the assailant in flames. The remaining attacker, filled with rage, vowed revenge for his brother's death. Naruto drew his sword, blocking the incoming attack before backflipping to create distance between them. Naruto activated his Sharingan and made eye contact with the missing ninja, using a genjutsu to put him to sleep. The ninja dropped to the ground, unconscious. Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree, commending Naruto for taking down 2 opponents and leaving one for interrogation. Satsuki nodded at the praise, while Sai remained indifferent. Naruto dragged the assassin to a tree and tied him up with the chains the assassin had attempted to use against them. He then woke him up with a swift slap to the face, demanding he regain consciousness. Satsuki, out of nowhere, threw a can at Naruto, hitting him squarely. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and shot a glare at Satsuki, reminding her that there should be no cursing. He muttered about being grown before slapping the assassin again, insisting he wake up. Another can flew through the air and hit him, prompting Naruto to reconsider his choice of words. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, he turned to the now-awake assassin, who spat out a defiant question. Naruto smiled, revealing his intentions to extract information. The assassin laughed, dismissing Naruto's capabilities. Naruto's smile turned sadistic as he recounted the harsh lessons he learned from his villagers during his childhood. He hinted at the painful experiences he could share, causing the assassin to shiver at the coldness in his voice. Naruto had the man right where he wanted him. He pressed for information, suggesting that if the assassin didn't comply, he would reveal more of his past. The assassin, now visibly frightened, quickly agreed to share what he knew. After a tense exchange, Naruto looked to Kakashi, questioning whether he should eliminate the assassin, who could pose a future threat to their mission. Kakashi and Satsuki exchanged glances, realizing the darker side of Naruto while Sai observed him closely. Kakashi asked Naruto if he truly wanted to kill the man, noting that their mission had escalated beyond a simple C rank. Naruto shook his head, expressing his intent to continue the mission while keeping the assassin in check for the sake of protecting their client, Tsunade. Gozu, the assassin, pleaded for his life, promising not to return to Gato or anyone else. Naruto considered the offer and agreed to spare Gozu's life on the condition that he helped protect Tsunade. Gozu nodded, realizing that cooperating was his best chance at survival. Naruto untied him, welcoming him to the team, albeit temporarily. Satsuki sighed in relief, glad that Naruto had chosen mercy. Kakashi reminded Tsunade of their team's capabilities, emphasizing that they could have returned to Konoha if not for Naruto's determination. Tsunade felt shame for having lied about the mission's difficulty, knowing his country lacked the funds for an A-rank assignment. Tsunade explained the importance of the bridge he was building and the monopoly that Gato Industries had over his resources. Naruto insisted they needed to complete the mission for the sake of their village's reputation, impressing Kakashi with his logic. With a newfound resolve, Kakashi agreed to continue, especially with Gozu's assistance. Naruto pointed out a boat nearby, leading the group to quietly board it as they awaited the boat owner to cross the channel. In the ensuing encounter, they met Zabuza, and Naruto attempted to intervene as Haku moved to take Zabuza away, but he was too late. Later, at Tsunade's house, Naruto complained about Kakashi's decisions at the dining table, rubbing his head after Satsuki hit him for being disrespectful. She reminded him of the importance of manners, recalling the lessons instilled by Mikoto Uchiha. As they settled in, Tsunade's daughter, Tsunami, entered the dining room with a tray of sandwiches for the trio, calling for her son, Inari. Time for lunch. Satsuki and Naruto began eating their lunches while Sai observed them intently, as if they were animals in a zoo. Just as Naruto finished his sandwich, Kakashi entered, supported by a pair of crutches. He greeted them casually, closing his eye in a smile that was visible through the outline of his mask. Naruto glared at Kakashi, expressing his frustration. He reminded Kakashi that he had wanted to face Zabuza alone while they watched, and he had ended up in a difficult situation. Kakashi felt the tension in the room as Naruto's intent aura made him shiver. He hesitated before suggesting they train for Zabuza's return. Satsuki, caught off guard, spat out her drink, while Naruto raised an eyebrow and Sai maintained his usual stoic expression. Satsuki, her voice slightly shaky, asked Kakashi what he meant by Zabuza being alive. Kakashi sighed and explained his thoughts about the fight and the hunter Nin. He noted that the sunban needles used were not laced with poison but had struck nerves that could induce a death-like state. This led him to conclude that Zabuza was not truly dead. Naruto, standing up, expressed his suspicion and readiness to train. He punched the air enthusiastically, and the three genin followed Kakashi out the door. A few minutes later, in the forest, Kakashi announced that they would be practicing tree walking. He instructed them to apply an even amount of chakra to the soles of their feet to climb the tree. However, he was interrupted when both Naruto and Sai effortlessly ascended the tree. Kakashi found it unsurprising for Naruto but was curious about Sai's unexpected skill. He turned his attention to Satsuki, who was looking down and muttering. When asked what she said, Satsuki, slightly annoyed, admitted she didn't know how to do it yet. Sai, in a mocking tone, questioned her abilities, but was suddenly knocked off the tree by a branch that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Naruto, feigning innocence, climbed down slowly and gave Satsuki a fist bump. Kakashi instructed Satsuki to practice tree climbing while he took Naruto to a different part of the forest, leaving Sai to work on his drawings. Kakashi explained that the technique he was going to teach Naruto required a lot of concentration and that he could use his Sharingan to help, as it could be quite taxing on chakra. He introduced the technique as Chidori. Several hours later, Naruto, exhausted and leaning against a tree, acknowledged the difficulty of the technique. Kakashi chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair, reminding him not to doubt him. They quickly returned to the house, where they greeted everyone and sat down for dinner. Naruto asked Satsuki if she had mastered the exercise, and she nodded, unable to speak due to her mouth being full of dumplings. He then turned to Sai, who confirmed he was getting the hang of his drawings. Naruto was surprised by Sai's polite response, as he usually had a more abrasive demeanor. Satsuki playfully mocked Kakashi, suggesting he could do more than just walk, talk, and read his book. Naruto laughed, while Kakashi looked down in embarrassment. Satsuki explained that Kakashi was teaching her Chidori, and she was making progress. Suddenly, a small voice interrupted them. A boy wearing a hat and blue overalls expressed his disbelief in heroes, claiming that they couldn't defeat Gato, who was too strong. Naruto turned to the boy, Inari, and laughed, asserting that Gato was weak for hiring Zabuza to eliminate Tsunade. He explained that everyone could be a hero in their own way. Inari grew angry, accusing Naruto and the other ninjas of living easy lives and not understanding true suffering. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Naruto froze, feeling the weight of Inari's words. Naruto gathered his emotions, channeling his frustration and pain into an intense aura that filled the room. He challenged Inari, asking if he had ever experienced true suffering, recounting his own painful past. Inari shook his head, and Naruto, taking a deep breath, decided he needed to step outside to cool off. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, concerned, and asked if what Naruto said was true. Kakashi shook his head, reassuring her, but then added that Naruto had only shared a mild version of his experiences, and it had been much worse. Guilt washed over him as he reflected on Naruto's struggles. Naruto held Satsuki's body, which was covered in needles, and whispered that she had been killed. He gently brushed her hair away from her face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Overcome with grief and anger, he shouted that someone had taken her life, setting down her body as a whirlwind of red chakra enveloped him. The masked boy with icy eyes watched in shock as Naruto transformed before him. His fingernails and teeth sharpened, and the chakra radiating from him felt ominous and threatening. In a fit of rage, Naruto charged at the masked boy, breaking through the ice and sending him crashing against the bridge railing, creating a significant crack. Tsunade, witnessing this, was more concerned about the boy's well-being than the damage to the bridge. In his fury, Naruto struck the masked boy with a powerful punch, and the boy smiled beneath his mask, reflecting on his own fate. As he fell limp, Naruto turned his attention to Zabuza, accusing him of bringing the boy there and causing Satsuki's death. He unleashed a Chidori, aiming it at Zabuza, who was restrained by Kakashi's summoned dogs. Zabuza protested, fearing for his life, but was silenced as the Chidori struck him. As Naruto's rage began to subside, his eyes returned to their normal color, and the red chakra dissipated. Kakashi, uncertain, called out to Naruto, who silently walked away from Zabuza's body. He sat beside Satsuki, cradling her head in his lap and playing with her hair, tears continuing to fall. He lamented that things were not meant to end this way, that she was not supposed to die. Kakashi and Tsunade watched him with pity in their eyes. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed from the opposite end of the bridge. Gato, with a smug expression, thanked the Leaf Ninja, revealing his intentions to kill them and take Satsuki's body, even in death. Kakashi thought to himself that he was glad to be rid of Gato. Naruto stood up, unsheathing his sword and drawing a kunai, activating his Sharingan as he approached Gato's small army. He declared his intent to destroy them, promising that they would be nothing but a puddle when he was finished. Gato, pointing at Naruto, ordered his men to attack, but Naruto stood firm, surrounded by swirling red chakra. He proclaimed that they would die on that bridge. Moments later, the scene shifted. Naruto stood amidst the aftermath, surrounded by the remnants of Gato's forces. The bridge was littered with bodies, and he was covered in blood. The battle had been decisive. Kakashi approached Satsuki's body and noticed a needle in her neck. He quickly removed it, and to his surprise, Satsuki sat up, gasping for air. She looked around and spotted Naruto standing in a pool of blood. Calling out to him, she saw him whirl around, relief flooding his features as he realized she was alive. Overcome with emotion, he fell to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. Satsuki, determined to reach him, crawled over and embraced him tightly, allowing him to sob into her shoulder. He confessed that he had killed them all, expressing his despair. She comforted him, running her fingers through his hair and kissing the top of his head, reminding him that as ninjas, they had to do what was necessary to survive. Naruto struggled with the weight of his actions, questioning if he had become a monster. Satsuki, looking him in the eyes, firmly told him that if he ever spoke such words again, she would ensure he would never activate his Sharingan again. He nodded, understanding her resolve. Satsuki smiled and hugged him once more, while Kakashi and Tazuna observed the scene with small smiles, though Sai remained emotionless as always. Kakashi suggested they clean up the aftermath, and Tazuna nodded, contemplating where to begin. A few days later, Naruto and Satsuki joyfully shouted their goodbyes as they walked across the now-finished bridge, relieved to leave the troubled place behind. They had faced many challenges during their time there and were eager to move on. As the group of ninjas departed, Tazuna looked back at them and joked about naming the bridge after himself. However, he was met with boos until Tsunade suggested naming it after Naruto, who had liberated their country from Gato's tyranny. Everyone cheered in agreement, and Tazuna smiled at his daughter and grandson, grateful that they had found happiness. Thus, the bridge was named the Great Naruto Bridge. And that concludes the Wave arc. It was unexpected, wasn't it? You didn't skip a chapter, did you? I just felt that Naruto shouldn't have met his enemy before the confrontation. Time, 7 p.m. Location, unknown. A monotone voice asked if the preparations were in order. The room contained 51 individuals, all but one under the age of 18. Danzo Shimura stood before the 50 teens, one kneeling while the others stood ready for action. The kneeling teen confirmed that the preparations were complete. Danzo nodded and declared that Operation Extermination should commence. Everyone shouted in agreement before they vanished in a puff of smoke. With Naruto, time, 9 p.m. Satsuki expressed her fatigue, having complained about it numerous times to Naruto. He sighed, acknowledging her exhaustion but reminding her that they needed to report their A-rank mission to the Hokage. He received a playful punch on the shoulder for his sarcasm. Satsuki insisted that they had been out for 5 hours and wanted to go home and sleep. Naruto shared her sentiment. As they walked, Satsuki dramatically fell to the ground, claiming that exhaustion had overcome her. Naruto, with a grin, declared that no one would be left behind and picked her up in a bridal carry, causing her to blush as she clung to him. Naruto felt a slight flush on his cheeks but continued running until they reached the large gate of the Uchiha compound. He set Satsuki down as they entered, noticing the unusual darkness. He whispered about the absence of lights, and Satsuki suggested there might be a celebration in the village. Naruto shook his head, sensing something was wrong. As they turned a corner, they were met with a shocking sight, bodies scattered on the ground, blood staining the buildings. Naruto activated his Sharingan, searching for any illusions but found none. He gasped in disbelief at the scene before him. Satsuki looked around, overwhelmed, and began to cry. Naruto urged her to return to the Hokage Tower and inform Minato, but she hesitated. He insisted she leave immediately and she nodded, running out of the compound. Naruto began to run when he heard the sound of blades clashing. He leaped onto a building, drawing his sword just as 3 men in blank NBU masks confronted him. They remained silent, only responding by charging at him. Naruto blocked one attack and dodged another, but the third began to perform a jutsu, faintly uttering the name of the technique. A dragon formed from the earth, its mouth opening to unleash a powerful blast toward Naruto. He leaped into action, forming his own hand signs and unleashing his fire-style technique, which engulfed the attacking ANBU in flames. Turning to the remaining two, he demanded to know their intentions. One of them revealed their goal: to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Anger surged within Naruto as he charged at them, declaring he would not allow that to happen. He performed a hand sign, summoning shadow clones that quickly overwhelmed the two ANBU. Naruto raced toward his home, a chilling scent of blood filling the air. Panic gripped him as he searched the house, finally reaching the room where his parents lay. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed with grief, crying out for them. With determination, he gripped his sword tightly and rushed out of the house, calling out for his enemies to face him. In an instant, 20 masked ANBU surrounded him. He fought fiercely, taking down 2 before they all rushed him. As he prepared for the worst, he heard 2 of them choke and collapse. Itachi appeared, fighting valiantly against the remaining ANBU. Naruto watched in awe as his brother battled, even with injuries. Itachi, despite his wounds, continued to fight until he was overwhelmed, suffering multiple stabs. He managed to pull the blades from his body and approached Naruto, blood spilling from his mouth. With a heavy heart, Itachi expressed his sorrow for not being able to guide Naruto into adulthood and for not revealing the truth. He imparted his love for Naruto before collapsing to the ground. Naruto, in shock, felt tears streaming down his face as he called out for his brother. His eyes opened to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan, fueled by his overwhelming sorrow and rage. Naruto glared at the remaining 5 ANBU, a powerful thought crossing his mind. He whispered the name of a technique, and black flames erupted from his left eye, engulfing all 5 of them. He watched as they struggled against the flames, their forms consumed by the dark fire. Emotionally drained, he collapsed to the ground next to Itachi, feeling a deep sadness wash over him. He had just taken the lives of his family. As he reflected on the weight of his actions, he felt a profound sense of loss. In a lighter moment, he proposed a challenge to his friends. The first person to guess the next character Naruto would encounter would earn a wish within the story. The possibilities were endless: reviving a character, eliminating one, or altering their fate. He promised to reach out to the winner personally. A hint was given: the next character was neither a he nor a she, at least not yet. Naruto sat up in the hospital bed, rubbing his eyes in confusion. He looked around, realizing it was the middle of the night. A sigh escaped him as he heard soft snoring nearby. Turning his gaze, he found Satsuki asleep in a chair, her head resting against the wall. A warm smile crossed his face, but the memories of the recent tragedy flooded back, and tears began to stream down his cheeks as he thought of his family. His new Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and he gasped at the sight of his own eyes in the mirror. Just as he reached out to touch them, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Like your eyes?" A peculiar figure appeared, half white and half black, with one green eye and one yellow eye. A plant-like entity hovered above his head. "Hi, I'm Zetsu. We were sent by Madara-sama, who is already here." Naruto remained composed, his expression neutral despite the unusual encounter. He heard a soft cough and turned to see an elderly man with gray hair and a cane shaped like a scythe. One of his eyes was obscured by his hair, but the visible eye was cold and calculating. "Who are you?" Naruto asked in a low whisper, curiosity piqued. The old man chuckled softly. "I am merely an Uchiha ghost, but you know me as Madara Uchiha." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. You're supposed to be dead. You're too old to be alive." Madara smirked and activated his Sharingan. "Does this prove anything?" Naruto wanted to deny it, but the evidence was undeniable. "Fine. You're Madara Uchiha. But what do you want from me?" he asked. "Is that any way to address your great-grandfather?" Madara replied with an amused smile, watching as Naruto's jaw dropped slightly. Seeing the boy's confusion, Madara continued. "Your birth mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is not your blood relative. At the time, She and Minato believed she was infertile due to a misdiagnosis from a Senju medic. Devastated, Kushina's best friend, Kasumi Uchiha, donated an egg to her. Naruto's mind raced as he processed the information. I was that egg. And she wasn't infertile, which is how Naruko and Menma came to be, right? Madara nodded slowly. And you were my real mother's grandfather? Another nod confirmed it. Naruto hung his head, grappling with the revelation. This is a lot to take in, I know. But now that you've unlocked your Mangekyo Sharingan, I've come to train you. Zetsu has watched you from afar, witnessing your pain and joy. However, there is one important detail. What is it, Gigi? Naruto asked, using the term affectionately. Your biological mother had a son. His name was Obito Uchiha. He is your older brother. Naruto's head shot up in surprise. I have a brother? Madara nodded. I've been training him. He will prepare things for you with a special group that you will soon lead. You can meet him when we leave. Wait, we're leaving? But this village is my home, and what about Satsuki-chan? He gestured toward the sleeping girl. Madara sighed. It's not that bad. You will see her soon. Besides, don't you want to be strong enough to protect her? Naruto's resolve hardened. I couldn't protect my family, but I will protect Satsuki-chan. Naruto nodded, throwing off the blanket. He declared he was ready to leave and needed to escape the painful memories of the hospital. Madara chuckled at Naruto's youthful spirit as he and Zetsu turned around to give him privacy. After changing quickly, Naruto signaled that he was ready. I want you to promise me one thing, he said. Madara nodded in agreement. I want Satsuki-chan to be protected at all times and to keep me updated at least once a month. That's acceptable. Now come, your brother is here to take us to the hideout. A vortex appeared quietly in the room as a tall man with an orange mask stepped through. Hello, old man. Zetsu. Little brother, he greeted. Naruto waved slightly before quickly writing a message to Satsuki and placing it on his pillow. With a nod of determination, he stepped into the vortex, feeling himself pulled into a dark room. Madara settled into a large chair. Zetsu, get Naruto a bed. He will be staying with us for a long time. Naruto, take this opportunity to get to know your brother. Tomorrow, I will begin your training. Naruto approached Obito, who was meditating, and sat down in front of him, curious about his unmasked face. When Obito opened his eyes, he looked at Naruto and extended his hand. We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Obito Uchiha, your biological older brother. He smiled slightly. Naruto returned the smile and shook his hand. Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you, Obito. Obito's genuine smile brightened his face as he ruffled Naruto's hair, much to Naruto's annoyance. I'm sorry for what happened to your family. I wanted to stop Danzo's rude agents, but by the time I arrived, it was too late. Naruto nodded, understanding. It's not your fault, Obito and I. It was that man, Danzo. After my training, he will pay for what he did. Together, we will achieve true peace, he declared. Obito nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Together. Together. They bumped fists, sealing their newfound bond. Madara observed the two brothers with a smile. Yes. Together, we will bring true peace. He turned his gaze to Naruto. Let our journey begin. Anyone else expect that? Well, neither did I. Should I show his training or do a time skip? I re-uploaded this chapter because it was glitchy and only had half of what I actually wrote. So, let's try this again. Naruto exclaimed in frustration after being struck on the head by Madara's cane. He rubbed his head with one hand and covered his eyes with the other, grumbling a few inaudible words. Madara raised his voice slightly, asking what he had said. Naruto replied that he hadn't been informed that using his Mangekyo Sharingan would hurt so much. Obito, sitting nearby, burst out laughing. He reassured Naruto that he had experienced the same thing when he first gained his Mangekyo. Naruto glared at Obito, wiping away the blood from his eye, and expressed his dislike for him plainly before standing up. Obito grinned and playfully returned the sentiment. Madara chuckled before calling for Zetsu, who emerged from the ground and crouched beside him. Madara leaned in and whispered his instructions to Zetsu, who nodded and disappeared back into the earth. He instructed Obito to discover all of Naruto's Mangekyo abilities and to train him in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Obito nodded, and he and Naruto headed to the training room. Zetsu returned, handing Madara a jar containing 2 eyes. Madara smiled, confirming that these were his original eyes. He explained that Obito possessed Izuna's eyes, while he had Obito's eye along with a stolen Uchiha eye. Naruto would receive his original eyes, as he was the key to peace. Zetsu's eyes widened at this revelation. Madara acknowledged that giving Naruto his eyes would make him powerful, stating that Naruto had the potential to surpass them all, and he was determined to unlock that potential. A few hours later, Obito complained childishly about not having the same abilities as Naruto, who laughed slightly in response. Obito lamented that he only had Kamui and lacked the other Sharingan needed for Susanoo, while Naruto had all the cool abilities. Naruto rubbed it in, asking Obito what abilities he had. Obito sighed and listed them, expressing his envy. Naruto's grin widened at the thought of being stronger than Obito and their grandfather. Obito laughed, reminding Naruto that he still needed training, but they would wait until he received new eyes to avoid any pain. Naruto backed up, confused and slightly fearful about needing new eyes. Obito explained that he would soon receive Madara's eyes, which would grant him the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to use its powers without negative effects. Naruto processed this information, asking when it would happen. Just then, Zetsu appeared behind them, stating that it was time. Naruto turned to Obito, who assured him he would be fine. Obito then knocked Naruto unconscious, whispering that he would become a powerful boy. In Konoha, Satsuki read a message from Naruto, expressing his desire to become stronger to prevent tragedies like the massacre from happening again. He hoped she would wait for him. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled with his absence, feeling abandoned. Kakashi placed a hand on her shoulder, but she brushed it off and turned to him, demanding to be trained. She was determined to grow stronger for Naruto. 3 months later, Naruto called forth his Susanoo, a massive, headless figure surrounding him as he struggled to maintain control. The Susanoo was entirely black with 2 swords on its back. He drew one of the swords and sliced a boulder in half, panting heavily afterward. Madara praised his progress, noting he had completed 2/3 of the Susanoo. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and deactivated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, revealing his dark eyes. He remarked that it was more exhausting than it appeared. It had been 3 months since he left the village with Madara, during which he trained rigorously, developing both his Mokuton and Sharingan abilities. He practiced dual-wielding swords, having changed his attire to all black, with a cloak that covered his back and sides but left the front and legs visible. Madara suggested a technique called the Laughing Buddha Jutsu, which Naruto could learn later and combine with Susanoo. Zetsu interrupted, informing them that Konoha was under attack from the Sand Village and the newly formed Sound Village, who planned to unleash Shikaku and cause destruction. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm, and he turned to Madara, pleading to help defend his village. Madara closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose before agreeing, urging Naruto to be careful and return quickly. With a smile, Naruto disappeared using Kamui, while Obito whispered a heartfelt wish for him to stay safe. Done. It was my charger that was broken. Well. So, Naruto's EMS is up at the top. Just so you know. I'll try to update soon. So see ya later, my little demons. Chapter end. Gaara screamed that Mother wanted Satsuki's blood as he relentlessly attacked her with his sand. Satsuki was exhausted, while the red-headed boy seemed full of energy. Frustrated, she muttered that she couldn't form another Chidori as she dodged a massive sand claw. She fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Gaara laughed maniacally, declaring that she should die as he shot sand at her, pinning her against a tree. The sand began to squeeze, and her vision started to blur. Is this it for me? She thought, just before she heard a chirping sound and found herself freed from the sand's grip. A voice called out, asking if she was trying to get killed after being left alone for a few months. She looked up, her vision clearing to reveal Naruto, who smiled warmly at her. Naruto stepped forward, stating that he could not forgive Gaara for attacking his friend. Satsuki shouted a warning, saying Gaara was too strong, but Naruto ignored her. He confidently declared that he had gotten stronger and could handle the situation. Satsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Gaara, tilting his head, asked if Naruto wished to feed Mother. Naruto shook his head, asserting that he had come to take Gaara down. He promised to do the former as he charged at Gaara, attempting to punch him, but the sand blocked his attack just before contact. The sand began to wrap around Naruto's arm, but he planted his feet on Gaara's face and propelled himself upward, performing a backflip and landing on a tree trunk, using his chakra to stick to it. Naruto formed a single hand sign, and over 100 clones surrounded the area, surprising both Satsuki and Gaara. They declared, "Wood style, tree limb technique," as countless tree limbs shot out, impaling Gaara's sand, causing a flicker of worry on his face. However, that worry quickly turned to joy as he shrieked in excitement, eager to show his true power. Gaara made a hand sign and began to grow, transforming into a form resembling the Shikaka demon from the waist up. Naruto smirked slightly before making a few hand signs and cutting his thumb with his sword. He called out the summoning jutsu, appearing at eye level with Gaara's new form while riding atop Manda, the giant snake. Manda questioned why he had been summoned, and Naruto explained that he needed help against Shikaku. Manda shook his head, stating that he was a snake and could not fight a tailed beast, expressing his apologies. Naruto nodded in understanding as Manda dispelled. Naruto whispered in disbelief as he watched Gaara tower over the trees. He turned to Satsuki, who shook her head, and then Gaara struck her across the forest with sand. Gaara screamed for Naruto to come and make him feel alive. Naruto's rage surged, and his EMS flared as red chakra enveloped him. He whispered, "Susan," as he grew to match Gaara's height, realizing he had completed the technique. He glared at Gaara, drawing 2 chakra swords from his back, and swung one at Shikaku's arm, severing it completely before doing the same to its tail. Gaara roared in pain, then made a hand sign and whispered, "Die," before falling asleep, allowing Shikaku to take control. Shikaku laughed maniacally, declaring its freedom. Naruto raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether waking Gaara would force Shikaku to leave. He decided to test his theory, commanding his massive chakra form to charge at the demon. He shouted for Gaara to wake up before delivering a powerful punch to his form. Shikaku screamed in frustration as it vanished along with the sand, causing Gaara to collapse. Naruto dispelled the Susanoo and approached Gaara, drawing his sword from its sheath. He stated that Gaara had hurt Satsuki and he couldn't forget that, but he would not kill him. Gaara looked up weakly, asking how Naruto had become so strong. Naruto smiled slightly, explaining that true strength comes from the people one needs to protect. Gaara nodded just as 2 sand nin appeared behind him, one wielding a fan and the other a kunai. The blonde-haired one warned Naruto to lay off their brother or face dire consequences. Naruto, amused, remarked that he had just defeated Shikaku and noted their fear of the beast. He urged them to take Gaara away before the leaf nin arrived. The blonde nodded, and she and the other sand nin grabbed Gaara and jumped away. Naruto sighed and turned to leave when he was suddenly tackled to the ground in a hug. Satsuki whispered that she missed him, crying silently into his shirt. Naruto comforted her by rubbing her back before returning the embrace. He then whispered that he had to go. Satsuki looked up at him with teary eyes, asking why. Naruto shook his head, embracing her tightly as he explained that he needed to grow stronger to protect her, as she was one of the few things he had left. Satsuki trembled in his arms, looking into his eyes before leaning forward and closing her eyes, mirroring his actions. Just as their lips were about to connect, they heard shouting. Kakashi called out to Satsuki, and Naruto gave her a pleading look. She nodded sadly, and he pressed a quick kiss to her forehead before using Kamui to disappear. Kakashi asked if she was all right. Satsuki nodded and walked back to the village, feeling a sense of heartbreak. Naruto appeared in front of Madara through his Kamui, wearing a slight smile. He had just defeated Shikakajiji, finding the battle surprisingly easy. He also mentioned that he had completed his Susanoo. Madara and Obito smiled, relieved that the boy was safe and sound. Madara acknowledged the good news, noting that Naruto had mastered his Sharingan in just 3 months, which was quite impressive. He encouraged Naruto to begin training in all categories now. Naruto nodded in agreement, determined to become stronger to protect Satsuki and Obito. With a firm resolve, he declared that he would do whatever it took to achieve that strength, his fists striking the open air. Obito laughed, excited to start the true training. The next chapter would mark a significant time skip, and the canon events would be postponed until everyone turned 18, at which point the Akatsuki would make their moves. 5 years later, Naruto is 18. Naruto knelt before his grandfather, tears streaming down his face. Madara Uchiha was nearing the end of his life. "Do not cry, Naruto-kun. It saddens me to see you like this," Madara wheezed, his eyes warm as they met Naruto's. "Do not forget your training." Naruto wiped his tears with his sleeve, steeling his nerves and emotions. He responded with a slightly weak voice, affirming his resolve. Madara placed his trembling hand on Naruto's head. "I've defied death long enough. It is finally my time. I was supposed to die before you turned 6, but I endured because I knew I had to train you." Naruto nodded in understanding. "I've trained you to be a true shinobi. You have your tools and training, and you have your goals. Obito has been leading an organization called the Akatsuki. We agreed that once you were ready, you would take over its leadership." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He was eager to learn about the organization's goals. Madara smiled sadly as he explained, "To capture the village's military power, the tailed beasts. If we take them away, we can achieve true peace." Before Naruto could respond, Madara continued, "You will not have to give up the Kyuubi. It would be disastrous if you had to. You just gained control of its chakra. Why would you relinquish power you might need?" Naruto nodded, his questions answered. "To achieve this peace, the Jinchuriki will have to die. They are too dangerous, and their villages will try to use them to thwart our quest. Now, Naruto, my grandson, do you accept the burden and responsibilities of leading the Akatsuki?" Naruto nodded again, determination in his eyes. "Of course, Gigi. I won't fail. I will achieve peace." Flashback. At 15, Naruto pondered what peace truly meant. He decided to ask his grandfather about it. Madara had shared his vision of using the infinite Tsukuyomi to place everyone in a dream forever, but he realized that would cause unnecessary destruction. Instead, he envisioned bringing down the elemental nations to create a new one, free from prejudice, armies, and the cycle of shinobi wars. Naruto smiled, inspired by his grandfather's passion. "That sounds amazing, Gigi," he exclaimed, prompting a laugh from Obito, who stood behind him. Flashback and Madara's voice was faint as he spoke one last time, "I know you will." He began to cough, and with a final goodbye, his eyes closed slowly. Madara Uchiha was gone. Naruto let another tear fall before picking up his mask and placing it on his face. He vowed to bring peace, swearing it aloud just as Obito appeared beside him through a kamui. "Are you ready?" Obito asked, and Naruto nodded firmly. "Indeed, Obito and I. Let's go meet my new minions." Obito smiled beneath his orange mask, proud of how far Naruto had come. He was powerful, perhaps even more powerful than Obito himself. Madara was right, Obito thought as they both vanished into the kamui. Later in aim, Obito materialized before 2 Akatsuki members, Pain, also known as Nagato, and Konan. They were the only ones aware of his true identity as the leader of the organization. "Welcome, Madara-sama," Konan greeted in her usual emotionless tone, while Pain silently scrutinized Obito with his Rinnegan. "Greetings," Obito, disguised as Madara Uchiha, replied, his voice deeper and more intimidating. "Gather the rest of the Akatsuki members. I wish to reveal something to them." Konan and Pain nodded and left to summon the others. A few hours later, the members gathered, and Kyuubi, slightly annoyed, asked, "What are we doing here, Leader-sama?" Obito stepped into the light, revealing his masked face. "We are here to show you the true leader of the Akatsuki." "Stop joking. There's no way that fool is the leader." Deidara protested. Obito glared at him, his Sharingan eye visible. "You will show respect. I've had quite enough of your insolence," he warned, causing the other members to exchange glances, surprised by the intensity of his presence. Obito continued, "We are here to reveal my identity. If this information leaks, you will face dire consequences." He released a wave of energy that made many members sweat. "My name is not Tobi nor Madara Uchiha. I am onto Uchiha, and I am not the true leader of the Akatsuki. I have been preparing it for the true leader." Naruto suddenly appeared in the center of the room, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowing brightly as he surveyed each member. He turned to Obito. "Is this it?" "I expected more," he remarked softly, but loud enough for everyone to hear. "What do you mean, you fool?" Haiden shouted, angered. Naruto's gaze locked onto Haiden. "The only reason you dare to speak against me is your immortality. Tell me, do you feel pain?" Naruto asked, glaring at him. Haiden smirked defiantly. "Yes, I love pain," he boasted, but Naruto smirked beneath his mask. "Good. Tsukuyami," he whispered. Moments later, Haiden fell to his hands and knees, experiencing a torment that felt all too real. "You may think this was merely an illusion, but if you speak out against me again, I will make it a reality." He turned to the rest of the group. "My name is Naruto Uchiha. I can be your best friend or your greatest nightmare. I have been trained by many, including the real Madara Uchiha, who is now deceased. Any questions? Raise your hand if you have any." Feeling a mix of curiosity and playfulness, Konan raised her hand. "What is it?" "I have 2 questions," she stated. Naruto nodded for her to continue. "How old are you? And can you defeat a god?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. "My age doesn't matter, but since I'm sure everyone wishes to know, it's none of your business. As for your second question, which god would I be facing?" Konan smirked, gesturing to Pain. "Why, Pain here, of course." Naruto's expression hardened. "I see no god. I see a man who wishes to be one. You may possess the eyes of a god, but you are not one. Do not make me repeat myself, or I will come to your little house on the hill." Pain and Konan's eyes widened in shock as Pain raised his hand. "Almighty push," he declared, unleashing a force that pressed against Naruto's form. Naruto channeled chakra to the soles of his feet and vanished in an instant. Pain surveyed the room, confusion etched on his face until a hand emerged from his own body. The shock rippled through everyone present as Naruto withdrew his hand and stepped back. He warned Pain that if he attempted to challenge him again, he would do the same to his true form. He added that he had avoided any vital spots on Pain's fallen comrade, allowing him to still utilize the body for his purposes. Naruto then took a seat, resting his head on his closed fist. He outlined the missions for the group. Sasori and Deidara were to team up to capture the 1 tails from Gaara of the Sand. Haiden and Kazu were tasked with pursuing the 2 tails. Yujito ni Kisame and Obito would seek the 3 tails from Yagura, especially since the mist was embroiled in civil strife. Zetsu was to scout for weaknesses in the 4 tails, Rashi, and Pain was assigned to go after the 5 tails, with strict instructions to avoid destroying any villages. He mentioned that he and Konan would pursue the 6 tails, Utakata, who was last known to be in mist. Once he finished, he dismissed everyone except Pain, Konan, and Obito. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, a palpable tension filling the air. Naruto observed the expressions on Konan and Pain's faces and inquired about their discontent. Pain, in a flat tone, remarked on Naruto's claim of being able to defeat a god, suggesting that he did not truly understand Pain. Beneath his mask, Naruto's expression darkened. He countered Pain's assertion, revealing the depths of his own suffering. He recounted the destruction of his clan at the hands of Danzo Shimura, the sight of his parents' lifeless bodies, and the loss of his brother, who had died protecting him. He spoke of the torment he endured as a child, labeled a demon. The intensity of his emotions filled the room, causing the air to grow cold, and Konan struggled to breathe. Naruto then ordered both Pain and Konan to leave, expressing his annoyance. They complied, rising and exiting the room. Obito, with a hint of amusement, asked Naruto if he had any fondness for the others. Naruto removed his mask and shot Obito a glare, stating that aside from the few who had spoken, the rest were merely bothersome. Obito nodded, then turned his attention back to Naruto, asking if he intended to eliminate Danzo. Naruto affirmed his intent with determination, explaining that he planned to confront Danzo before pursuing the Six Tails. He needed to get closer to Konan to uncover Nagato's vulnerabilities, recognizing that while Nagato might not match their strength, he could still obstruct their plans. Obito acknowledged this and stood to leave. As he exited, he called out a cheerful farewell to Naruto, who sighed in response. He contemplated the impending confrontation with Danzo, knowing that soon he would enact his vengeance. With that thought in mind, he resolved to focus on his training. Naruto was sitting in his chair at the Akatsuki base, meticulously planning how and when he would confront Danzo. Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him, prompting Naruto to look up from his work. Zetsu reported that the situation was escalating. They were going to enact the Clan Restoration Act concerning Satsuki. Naruto, feeling a surge of frustration, smacked the white half of Zetsu, who had been more of a friend than a servant. He muttered that Satsuki was not his girlfriend and stood up, removing his mask. With a determined expression, he realized that his plans for Danzo's demise were moving forward sooner than expected. Zetsu informed him that the meeting was in 5 minutes, and Naruto smirked, whispering that it was perfect before disappearing in a swirl of Kamui. In Konoha, Satsuki Uchiha sat in the Uchiha clan head seat, her face a mix of horror and disgust as Danzo spoke about arranging multiple husbands for her to revitalize the Uchiha clan. She slammed her hand on the table, declaring that she would not be turned into a breeding ground. Danzo, unfazed, insisted that she had no choice, as she was the last Uchiha and the village needed their military strength. Minato looked at Satsuki with a sad smile, offering his apologies. Just then, a swirling vortex appeared in the room, and a tall stranger emerged, his face obscured. He greeted Konoha in a deep voice, raising his hands to show he meant no harm, though he cast a pointed look at Danzo. Danzo, with a sneer, demanded to know who the stranger was. Naruto glared at Danzo, activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and retorting that he was no mere boy. NBU members emerged from their hiding spots, swords drawn, but the stranger remained unfazed, poking one of the blades playfully. He taunted the ANBU, claiming they couldn't touch him if he didn't allow it. With a swift motion, he disarmed one of them, using the sword's hilt to incapacitate another. He deftly dodged attacks, taking down several ANBU members with ease, showcasing his skill without resorting to excessive violence. After dispatching the last of the ANBU, the stranger admired the sword in his hand before throwing it at Danzo, severing his bandaged arm. Minato demanded to know what was happening, but the stranger focused on Danzo, his voice filled with emotion as he recounted the loss of his family and clan at the hands of Danzo's men. He declared that Danzo was responsible for his clan's demise and that he would make him pay. In a swift motion, he confronted Danzo, delivering a decisive blow that signified his vengeance. Satsuki watched in shock as the scene unfolded. The stranger then turned his attention to the council, asserting that there would be no Clan Restoration Act for Satsuki. Koharu attempted to assert her authority, threatening the stranger with punishment for Danzo's murder and insisting that Satsuki would still be subjected to the act. Naruto narrowed his eyes, lightning crackling in his hands as he unleashed a powerful attack, piercing her heart. He then turned to Hamura, whispering a command that engulfed him in black flames. Finally, he addressed Minato, warning that if Satsuki were forced under the Clan Restoration Act, Konoha would face dire consequences. With a wicked smile, he vanished in a swirl of Kamui. Back at the Akatsuki base, Zetsu inquired if Naruto had indeed killed Danzo. Naruto removed his mask, smirking as he confirmed the deed, noting that Danzo had not put up much of a fight. He then announced a change in plans, stating that Konan could handle retrieving Utakata on her own, while he would pursue the Hachibi, rumored to have full control over his tailed beast. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the competitors prepared for the final showdown. Each participant was determined to prove their strength and skill, their eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. The crowd watched in silence, holding their breath, eager to witness the outcome of this intense battle. As the match began, the fighters moved with incredible speed, their movements a blur. They exchanged blows, each strike resonating with power. The sound of fists connecting echoed through the arena, a testament to their unwavering determination. One fighter, with a fierce glint in their eyes, launched a powerful attack, aiming to gain the upper hand. The opponent countered swiftly, dodging the blow and retaliating with a series of precise strikes. The tension in the air was palpable, each moment drawing the audience deeper into the unfolding drama. With every clash, the fighters pushed their limits, showcasing their unique abilities. The battle was not just a test of strength but also of strategy and wit. As the fight progressed, it became clear that both were equally matched, their skills honed through years of training. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement fueling the competitors. Each fighter drew on their inner strength, refusing to back down. The stakes were high, and victory was within reach for both. As the final moments approached, the atmosphere thickened with suspense. The fighters exchanged one last series of blows, each determined to emerge victorious. In a breathtaking display of skill and resilience, one competitor managed to gain the upper hand, executing a final move that left the audience in awe. With the battle concluded, the victor stood tall, a mix of exhaustion and triumph etched on their face. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating not just the victory, but the incredible display of strength and spirit they had just witnessed. Naruto and Obito sat in their chairs, both appearing slightly fatigued. They had just completed the sealing of the Hachibi, which was held within Gaara, the Kazekage of the sand. It had taken an immense amount of chakra and 3 exhausting days to seal and extract the beast. Obito grinned, commenting on the tiring task, while Naruto scowled at his brother, reminding him not to call him that. Obito laughed, and Naruto stood up, noting that their enemies would soon come for their Kazekage. Obito acknowledged this, expressing his belief that Sasori wouldn't be a significant threat due to his origins in Suna, but he noted that Konoha likely sent reinforcements. However, Naruto pointed out that Deidara still held value for them, hinting at a more dangerous technique he possessed. Suddenly, Naruto's attention was drawn to the sealing chambers, where he sensed that Suna and Konoha had breached the area. He instructed Obito to stay behind while he dealt with the intruders, vanishing into a swirling portal. In the sealing chambers, Menma and Naruko shouted in unison, demanding to know Gaara's whereabouts. They had trained tirelessly to catch up after losing their tailed beast to their brother. Deidara sat casually on the lifeless body of the 5th Kazekage, making a mocking comment about Gaara's fate. Menma and Mito, filled with anger, charged at him, but their advance was halted by Satsuki Uchiha, who warned them against rushing in recklessly. She approached the siblings, and Deidara recognized her as another Uchiha. Deidara taunted Satsuki, recalling the failure of the previous Uchiha who had tried to stop him. Just then, Naruto emerged from the swirling portal, commanding Deidara to retreat. He warned that while Deidara might handle the Namikaze siblings, the Uchiha's presence would tip the scales against him. Satsuki recognized Naruto from a previous meeting, pointing him out, and he smirked, acknowledging his power. Menma, filled with bravado, challenged Naruto, claiming he could defeat him. Naruto activated his Sharingan, causing the siblings to gasp in surprise. He swiftly demonstrated his superiority by overpowering Menma, slamming him into the ground and asserting dominance. Naruko attempted to kick Naruto, but he effortlessly threw her aside. Satsuki engaged Naruto in a fierce sword fight, demanding to know who he was. In the heat of battle, Naruto made a series of hand seals, unleashing a powerful water technique. Satsuki countered with her own fire technique, creating a steam cloud that obscured their vision. As the fight continued, Naruto struggled to keep up with Satsuki's skill, narrowly avoiding her attacks. Deidara watched intently, curious about the masked leader of their group. As Naruto's mask began to crack, he felt a wave of anxiety. When the mask finally fell away, revealing his face, Deidara was taken aback, unable to believe that a child had been leading them. Satsuki, stunned by the revelation, whispered his name, recognizing him as Naruto. He picked up his broken mask, reflecting on its significance as one of the last gifts from his grandfather, tears welling in his eyes at the memory. She shouted in disbelief as tears streamed down her face, questioning how he could have vanished for years only to return as a villain. Naruto growled in response, insisting he was not the villain. He expressed his desire to create peace in a world plagued by conflict, where lives were lost daily. He wanted to build a world where children would not suffer abuse and families would not witness the slaughter of their loved ones, and tears began to flow down his cheeks. Satsuki attempted to speak but was interrupted. Naruto revealed that Itachi had died protecting him, all because he had given up. He recounted the horror of witnessing Itachi's death, the blood on his face not being his own, but his brother's sacrifice for him. Satsuki's eyes widened in shock at the painful truth. He confessed that every night he dreamt of Itachi, feeling the weight of blame for his death. He relived that moment repeatedly, vowing to do anything to prevent others from experiencing such pain. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Satsuki collapsed but slowly rose, her legs trembling as she approached the distraught boy. Naruto expressed his wish for her to be free from pain. As she knelt beside him, she gently laid his head in her lap, stroking his hair. After a moment, she asked why he felt this way. He swallowed his nervousness and met her gaze, confessing his love for her. Satsuki's heart raced as she processed his words, unsure if she had heard him correctly. He repeated his feelings, looking down in embarrassment. Her small smile blossomed into a wide grin, and she blushed deeply, realizing the truth of his words. She whispered that she loved him too, causing Naruto to look up in surprise, his face mirroring her blush. They leaned closer, their lips almost touching, but their moment was interrupted by a loud cough from Deidara, clearly annoyed, suggested they return to fighting, finding the scene uncomfortable. Naruto stepped back, standing up but not before placing a gentle kiss on Satsuki's cheek. With a commanding tone, he informed Deidara they were leaving. Satsuki pleaded for him to return to the village, reminiscing about their past. Naruto shook his head regretfully, stating he needed to finish what he had started. He gently removed her hand from his cloak and walked back to Deidara, offering Satsuki a reassuring smile. He promised they would meet again, emphasizing his sincerity before vanishing with Deidara into a portal. Satsuki sighed, turning to her two unconscious comrades as Team Guy rushed in. She sighed again, knowing a long report awaited her. Meanwhile, Naruto entered his room after sending Deidara off, sealing the space for privacy. Overcome with emotion, he raged, throwing and destroying everything in sight, tears streaming down his face from the intensity of their encounter. Obito's voice echoed with concern as he pointed out the potential consequences of Naruto's actions. He expressed disbelief that Naruto hadn't used his full power, suggesting that if he had, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Frustrated, Naruto glared at his older brother, explaining that going all out would have meant causing serious harm. The thought of losing someone he cared about again was unbearable. After a moment of tension, he apologized for his outburst. Obito reassured him, but then inquired how Naruto planned to resolve the situation he had created. Naruto grimaced, revealing his intention to use Kodoamatsukami to make someone believe he had died protecting them from Gaara. He also mentioned Minato Namikaze, contemplating whether he could cast the same illusion on the entire village. Obito shook his head, reminding Naruto that while he had the advantage of Senju blood, he couldn't cast it as widely as he hoped. Naruto acknowledged this, expressing eagerness to use his Mokutan abilities again, especially in a future confrontation with the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Obito laughed, noting the Hachibi's reputation as the perfect Jinchuriki due to his bond with his beast. When asked about Kurama, Naruto explained that he was still under his Mangekyo control, having altered Kurama's memories to create a semblance of friendship. Obito patted him on the shoulder, affirming that Naruto was the true perfect Jinchuriki now. The next day, Naruto entered Konoha, using his Sharingan to deceive the Chunin gate guards by posing as an ambassador from the Wave Country. Nostalgia washed over him as he walked the familiar path to the Uchiha clan compound. Memories flooded his mind: his adoption, training, time spent with Satsuki, the tragedy of his clan, and Itachi's death. He shook off the memories as he approached his old home, which appeared untouched since the day of the massacre. Upon entering, he was greeted by the aroma of food, specifically spaghetti, a dish that Satsuki had always loved. As he sat in the kitchen, Satsuki appeared, her hair wrapped in a towel, resembling her mother after a shower. She wore a nightgown and looked weary. Naruto greeted her with a grim smile, causing her to gasp in surprise. She nearly stumbled as she recognized him, and in a rush of emotion, she lunged forward to embrace him. He returned the hug, taking in her scent, reminiscent of freshly picked green apples with a hint of vanilla. Satsuki, still in shock, whispered harshly about his status as a missing ninja. Naruto explained that he was there to ensure she wouldn't disclose his involvement with the Akatsuki, particularly his role as its leader. Her eyes widened at the revelation, and he sensed her frustration. He expressed his regret, revealing his intention to erase her memory of him from that day, making it seem as though he had died protecting her. He explained how her guilt had led her to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and ultimately gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through Itachi's eyes. As tears streamed down her face, she clutched his cloak, asking for one last favor, a kiss. With a sad smile, he leaned in, and they shared a soft kiss that deepened before they reluctantly pulled away for air. Satsuki rested her forehead against his, professing her love and asking him to ensure that her feelings for him would remain intact. He nodded, looking into her eyes before whispering the incantation for Kodo Amatsukami. She collapsed, and he gently lifted her, retrieving a jar containing Itachi's eyes. He prayed for his brother to protect her as he began the transplant. After completing the procedure, Naruto left the house to confront one more person. In the Hokage's office, he appeared before Minato Namikaze, his mask firmly in place. He greeted the Hokage with a voice that was both familiar and altered. Minato recognized him and prepared for a potential confrontation. Naruto requested a private conversation, and Minato signaled for his umbu to leave. When Minato referred to him as Mr. Mask, Naruto found amusement in the title, but the mood shifted quickly. He revealed his true identity, prompting a shocked reaction from Minato, who attempted to embrace him. Naruto pushed him away, expressing that while he had moved on, he could not forget the past. He asked Minato to announce to the village that he had died during the Sand Village attack. Minato hesitated, but Naruto assured him that he would forget this conversation after he activated his Mangekyo and used Kodo Amatsukami. 2 days later, Naruto spoke with Obito, confirming that his plan had been executed. He expressed a sense of sadness as he prepared to seek out the Hachibi, intending to offer him a choice regarding his future. Obito confirmed that the Hachibi lived in isolation from the village, setting the stage for Naruto's next move. Naruto and Satsuki finally shared a moment that brought them closer together, their feelings for each other evident in the way they looked at one another. The excitement of their connection filled the air, marking a significant step in their relationship. The author expressed gratitude for the reader's patience during a brief hiatus, mentioning a recent distraction with a mobile game. As the story continued, the journey of Naruto and Satsuki unfolded, filled with challenges and growth, drawing the readers deeper into their world. The anticipation of what would come next lingered, leaving everyone eager for the next chapter. Naruto was walking calmly away from a mountainous area, a blood stain on his cheek and fresh blood on his sword. He could have easily used Kamui to return to the Akatsuki base, but he preferred to walk for the time being. The fight he had with the Hachibi Jinchuriki had been quite satisfying. The man known as Killer Bee put up a commendable fight but was ultimately defeated by a blast of Amaterasu. Naruto smirked as he watched Killer Bee transform into his tailed beast mode, pleased to finally have a worthy opponent. He felt a surge of energy as he was engulfed in a golden aura, transforming into a giant nine-tailed fox. He was eager to see who would prove to be the better-tailed beast. In Naruto's opinion, the battle with the transformed Jinchuriki was exhilarating. They clashed fiercely and were evenly matched in that form. A voice called out from behind him, asking if he was finished yet. Naruto smiled beneath his mask and turned around. He acknowledged that Killer Bee had put up a good fight, explaining that the reason it took so long was that he didn't want to use his Sharingan or Mokuton to subdue him. Obito smirked, commenting that it was just like Naruto to seek a good fight. Naruto expressed his disappointment at not being able to go all out as he had hoped, but he felt satisfied for now, confident that he would soon have the chance to showcase his true power. Obito, surprised, half-shouted a question about whether Naruto was going to the 5 Kage summit. Naruto confirmed that it was the only way to test his true abilities, hoping it would push him to go all out. Obito laughed, calling him insane, to which Naruto agreed. Obito then asked if Naruto had killed the Jinchuriki. Naruto confirmed this, noting that even without the 8 tails, Killer Bee was skilled with his swords but otherwise average. They walked together when 3 teenagers from Kyuubi came running up behind them. One of them, a girl with dark skin and red hair, shouted for Naruto to stop. She was accompanied by another dark-skinned boy with white hair and a blonde girl. Both Akatsuki members turned to face the 3 Kyuubi ninjas. Obito instructed Naruto to deal with the nuisances while he began planning for Naruto's assault. Obito playfully warned Naruto not to get too flirty with the blonde girl, who seemed to be his type, before disappearing using Kamui. Naruto, feeling a blush rise to his face, called Obito an idiot before turning to the 3 Kyuubi ninjas. He asked what they wanted, and the red-haired girl rushed at him, attempting to punch him in the face. Naruto easily dodged her attack. She screamed that he had killed their sensei and pulled out a sword, slashing at his waist. This time, Naruto allowed the blade to graze him. He deadpanned, asking if she was happy now. The other 2 ninjas charged at him with their swords drawn, trying to slice him. He jumped onto the white-haired boy's head and performed a perfect somersault back onto the ground. Activating his Sharingan, he observed the 3 of them, his gaze lingering on the blonde Kunoichi, who felt strangely familiar. The red-haired girl cursed and asked her companions for ideas on how to defeat Naruto, triggering a memory for him. He recalled a time when he was with Hiruzen in the Raikage's office, having been taken there to escape the glares of the villagers. Hiruzen had suggested Naruto go out and play, and he had happily run out of the tower. As he wandered the streets of Kyuubi, he found a playground with a few kids playing. He approached them, asking if he could join. The older kids looked at him as if he were crazy, and one stepped forward to question why they would want him to play with them. Feeling rejected, Naruto stammered that he was just bored when a blonde girl stepped forward, defending him and introducing herself as Samui. Naruto, shyly introducing himself, watched as a rock flew past Samui's head, followed by another that hit her forehead, causing her to fall. Angered, Naruto's Sharingan activated as he stood protectively in front of her, daring the bullies to try again. When one of them threw a rock at him, he caught it and threw it back, hitting the boy squarely in the. With a glare, he commanded the group to leave him and Samui alone, unintentionally casting a genjutsu that put the other kids to sleep. Samui marveled at what he had done, and Naruto, feeling a mix of emotions, helped her up, apologizing for the situation. She questioned why he was sorry, and his sadness faded as he grinned, excitedly asking if that meant they were friends. He quickly dispatched the red and white-haired ninjas, leaving Samui as the only conscious one. She asked him if he intended to harm her, a hint of fear in her voice. Naruto laughed, easing her tension, and slowly removed his mask to reveal his face. He playfully questioned why he would ever do something like that to a friend. Samui raised an eyebrow, noting that he looked somewhat familiar. Naruto dramatically gasped, reminding her of their past encounter and claiming he was her hero when she needed help. He activated his Sharingan, hoping to jog her memory. Samui focused intently on Naruto, formulating a plan to rescue Karui and Omoi before she recognized him. When she finally did, she approached him slowly, her hand drawn back as she delivered a punch to his face, sending him to the ground. He quickly stood up, rubbing his jaw and acknowledging her strike. She followed up with a punch to his gut, and though she wasn't truly hurting him, he allowed her the satisfaction of believing she was. In a swift motion, she swept his feet from under him and pressed a sword to his throat. Naruto muttered something under his breath, and Samui held her blade steady, demanding a reason not to end him. He responded with a sarcastic remark, which earned him another smack across the face and a firmer grip on the sword. He then revealed his intentions to unite the Shinobi nations, even if it meant using force to achieve peace. This revelation caused her to ease her grip slightly. Curiosity mixed with frustration as she questioned the role of the Jinchuriki in his plans. Naruto sighed, explaining that if there were a way to remove the beasts without killing their hosts, he would support it. He acknowledged that Jinchuriki were seen as weapons, tools for their villages, a reality she was all too aware of. Samui expressed her doubts about his ability to bring peace to the world. Naruto countered her skepticism with determination, asserting that he would achieve peace, even if it meant instigating the Fourth Shinobi War. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned his confidence in winning such a war alone. He laughed, assuring her of his capability, and mentioned that he would have his brother's support in their quest for peace, recalling the words of his mentor. Despite her lingering uncertainty, Samui listened as Naruto expressed the heavy cost of peace, acknowledging that many would suffer. He extended an invitation for her to join him, emphasizing that he didn't want her to be hurt. She hesitated, conflicted about her feelings. He urged her, reminding her of her love for her village and promising not to force her against them. He also offered to ally with her village during the war if she wished. As Karui and Omoi began to stir, Naruto held out his hand, urging her to make a choice. Samui glanced between her friends and his outstretched hand, her resolve wavering. Finally, she shakily reached out and grasped it. He pulled her into a hug, whispering his gratitude into her ear before they vanished in a flash of Kamui. Naruto expressed his confusion about Samui's refusal to wear the cloak as they walked down a path. Samui shot him a glare and explained that she didn't think the cloak was cool, kicking a small pebble in frustration. Naruto feigned shock, insisting that black cloaks with red robes were the best, but then teased her about her outfit, which led to a playful exchange. He expected a light hit in response but was surprised by the force of her reaction. Rubbing his head, he remarked that it wasn't very nice of her. Samui turned away, her nose in the air, and Naruto dusted off his cloak. Suddenly, a vortex appeared beside him, and he called out to Obito, pointing at Samui and claiming she had hit him hard. Obito, observing his brother's antics, responded with sarcasm about Naruto's upcoming confrontation with the 5 Kages and their guards. Naruto shifted to a serious demeanor, expressing his determination to fight at full capacity and declare their war for true peace. Samui sighed, feeling conflicted about going against her home. Naruto reassured her that she wouldn't be fighting but would provide moral support and showcase her kenjutsu skills, emphasizing their friendship. A small smile appeared on Samui's face, and her cheeks flushed, a detail that didn't escape Obito's notice. Curious about the meeting's start time, Obito asked Naruto, who looked at the sun and estimated it was around 5 o'clock in the evening. Naruto mentioned wanting to arrive fashionably late and decided it was time to go. He urged Obito to arrive with Samui in about an hour, expressing his wish for her safety before disappearing in a flash. At the 5 Kage summit, I slammed his hands on the table, accusing the Leaf of sending a ninja to kill his brother. Minato, taken aback, questioned Ice's belief that he would send someone capable of defeating the Hachibi Jinchuriki. I insisted that someone had fought B with a Sharingan, which originated from Minato's village. Minato explained that only one Uchiha remained, and that individual was off duty on the day of the alleged incident, earning nods of agreement from the other Kages. Before I could respond, Naruto entered the room, declaring that he was the executioner of the Hachibi Jinchuriki, causing everyone to react with surprise. Mifune demanded to know who Naruto was and how he had entered. Naruto chuckled darkly, dismissing the samurai's threat and asserting his identity. He then announced his intention to declare the Fourth Great Shinobi War and test his skills against the 5 Kages. As Naruto dodged an attack from Jiraiya, who attempted to strike him with a large Rasengan, Tsunade followed up with a punch that Naruto easily countered. He caught her fist and threw her over his shoulder, taunting her about her inability to defeat Nagato. This mention froze Jiraiya, giving Naruto the opportunity to launch a counterattack, aiming for Jiraiya's head. However, Orochimaru intervened with his sword, Kusanagi, and the two began clashing blades. Naruto fought with one hand while forming hand signs with the other. Orochimaru, realizing the danger, shouted for everyone to back up. Just as Naruto unleashed a wave of fire, a wall of sand rose to shield the Kages from the flames. Naruto then charged through the sand with a powerful Chidori, breaking through Gaara's defense, leaving everyone shocked at the display of power. Naruto completed a series of hand seals and slammed them into the ground. He called forth, "Wood style," great forest of the heavens. As a multitude of branches and trees erupted from the earth, they ensnared the guards of the Mizukage, who were in the midst of forming their own signs. Shifting his focus to Mei, he expressed his intent, stating that he would not harm her, acknowledging her kindness towards his family. He deftly dodged a lightning-infused punch from Ai and evaded a sword strike from Darui, a guard for the Reikage. With a growl, he remarked on the nuisance before he swiftly incapacitated Darui, sending him crashing across the room. Orochimaru observed the scene, piecing together the clues. He voiced his thoughts, questioning the identity of the intruder, which caused everyone to pause. Jiraiya inquired if Orochimaru recognized him, but before he could respond, he noticed Jiraiya narrowly escape a barrage of black flames. Naruto's anger flared as he confronted Tsunade, catching her punch and retaliating with a knee to her stomach, rendering her unconscious. Gaara, watching closely, noted the familiarity of Naruto's chakra. He unleashed another wave of sand, but Naruto countered with a Chidori, dispersing the sand effortlessly. As the dust settled, the intruder reappeared, delivering a swift kick to Gaara's temple, sending him crashing through a wall. Naruto scorned the Kazekage, belittling his reliance on the tailed beast's power. Minato recalled a similar sentiment expressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi years ago, prompting deep reflection. Just as the battle was set to resume, Naruto noticed the absence of the Kage from Iwa. Inoki's voice echoed, revealing that they had taken Naruto's comrades hostage. Naruto turned sharply to see Samui bound and gagged, while Obito was nowhere to be found. He struggled to maintain his composure as Inoki taunted him, revealing that Obito had been captured and restrained. Obito, unmasked, offered a sheepish excuse for his predicament. Minato, taken aback, stuttered in disbelief at the sight of his former student. Obito retorted, reminding Minato of his failure to save him. Naruto, maintaining a calm demeanor, demanded the terms for their release. Inoki smirked, proposing a meeting in a desert valley where Naruto would surrender in exchange for the prisoners. Minato questioned the nature of the alliance, and Naruto, receiving nods of agreement from his comrades, accepted the terms with a warning that any harm to his friends would result in dire consequences. Naruto arrived at the designated desert valley, climbing a rocky hill with ease. Upon reaching the summit, he was met with a formidable army gathered from various villages. A smirk crossed his face as he realized their alliance would not aid them. He called out, demanding the release of his comrades in exchange for his surrender. Inoki, with a flick of his finger, signaled for Samui to run to Naruto, who embraced her warmly and inquired about her treatment. When he demanded the return of Obito, Inoki's smirk widened as he insisted that Naruto remove his mask to secure Obito's release. Angered by the betrayal of their agreement, Naruto warned Inoki of the consequences of harming his brother. Inoki, relishing the moment, ordered Obito's execution. The crowd gasped as Obito fell, and Naruto could only watch in horror. Overwhelmed by grief, he removed his mask and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He cast aside his mask in fury, vowing to unleash chaos upon Inoki and his allies. As he declared his intent to become their judge, jury, and executioner, Orochimaru, Minato, and Satsuki reacted in shock, realizing Naruto was alive. With his eyes activated, Naruto shed his cloak and warned Samui to stay back, as he prepared to confront the army of Shinobi, declaring that they would witness the true nature of a demon. The army, underestimating him, charged forward, believing they could overpower a single man. Naruto snarled as he met a thrown kunai with his sword, swiftly dispatching Shinobi with his kenjutsu skills. He dodged punches, kicks, and sword swipes, countering with his own strikes as he faced the army. With a powerful leap, he landed on an enemy's neck, using his legs to incapacitate them before regaining his footing. Spotting an explosive tag hurled at him, he caught it, swiped it off, and placed it on a rock Shinobi, kicking the man towards a group that erupted in chaos. Minato looked at his fellow Kages, urgency in his voice as he declared they could not allow Naruto to destroy their forces. The other Kages, caught between amazement and horror, nodded and charged towards Naruto. He formed a series of hand signs, unleashing a massive lightning bolt that struck down many shinobi at once. As the Kages approached, he charged back, determined to reach the rock Kage while clearing a path through the enemy. Orochimaru, gathering chakra for a technique he wasn't proud of, winced internally at Naruto's rampage. He had discovered he could use shadow clones for the impure resurrection technique instead of the 3 sacrifices Tobirama had required. He summoned 3 coffins that slowly opened, revealing 3 Uchiha. He greeted them, explaining that Naruto was on a destructive path, avenging Obito Uchiha. Itachi frowned, expressing concern over Naruto's whereabouts. Fugaku remarked on the troubling situation, while Mikoto expressed sorrow for her son. Orochimaru hoped they could calm Naruto down, and the 3 Uchiha agreed to help. They leaped into the battlefield, where Naruto declared his intent to eliminate everyone around him. Wood sprouted from the ground, ensnaring many shinobi, and he forcefully slammed a woman's head into a kunai held by another enemy. Black flames erupted around him, consuming the shinobi army as he manipulated the flames into a swirling tornado, eliminating anyone who dared to approach. He leaped from the flames, striking Inoki with a powerful blow that sent him reeling. Dodging an electrified punch from the Raikage, Naruto retaliated with a swift slice that severed the man's arm, followed by a kick that sent him crashing down. Minato formed a shuriken-shaped Rasengan and hurled it at Naruto, expressing his regret. Naruto glared at his father before vanishing just as the explosion rocked the ground. Suddenly, he found himself lifted by a fist of sand. Gaara stood nearby, attempting to tighten his grip with a sand coffin, but Naruto's power overwhelmed it. He revealed his Susanoo, drawing a massive chakra sword and swinging it at Inoki, declaring his intent to defeat him. The clash of their weapons echoed through the battlefield. Satsuki, within her own Susanoo, called out to Naruto, urging him to stop. For a moment, his resolve softened at the sight of her, but he quickly hardened again, insisting it was too late for mercy. A large orange hand struck his Susanoo, sending him back. Deactivating his Susanoo, he looked up to see Itachi within an orange Susanoo, gazing at him with pity. Naruto whispered his brother's name in disbelief. Itachi confirmed his identity but questioned if Naruto had truly remained the same. Naruto insisted he had not changed, despite his dark path. Mikoto then spoke up, expressing her disappointment in the man he had become. Naruto's eyes widened at the sound of his mother's voice, and he was overwhelmed with emotion as he saw Fugaku beside her. Mikoto approached him, gently stroking his cheek and lamenting the man he had grown into. Tears filled Naruto's eyes as he embraced his family tightly, expressing how much he had missed them. Just as he began to speak again, a couple of ninjas seized him from behind, slapping chakra suppressors on him as they dragged him away. The Uchiha family protested, demanding his release. One of the ninjas stated that Naruto was under arrest for his actions against the 5 great shinobi nations. Naruto, feeling the suppressor's grip, began channeling chakra, knowing they could only hold him for so long. He looked at his family with a distant expression, apologizing for becoming a monster. He vowed to avenge Obito and fulfill his dream of true peace, asserting that he would not harm them but would not allow them to stop him. With a surge of power, he broke free from the suppressors, grabbing a hidden kunai and swiftly incapacitating his captors. Transforming into a massive 9-tailed fox, he declared his true power before activating his Susanoo, which enveloped the chakra fox like armor. From within this formidable form, he addressed his family, expressing regret that they had to witness him in this state before turning his glare towards Inoki, accusing him of ordering Obito's death. The villain declared that the village would soon fall, brandishing his chakra swords and effortlessly dispatching the approaching army. Only the 5 Kages, the Uchiha family, the Sannin, and a few remaining shinobi from the previous army were left standing. As the fox and Susanoo faded away, Naruto, slightly winded, stepped forward only to narrowly evade a kick from Jiraiya. Jiraiya remarked that he had sensed trouble from the moment they returned to Konoha, and it seemed his instincts were correct. Naruto glared at him and then burst into laughter, insisting that he was not to blame for the chaos. He explained that everything had spiraled out of control after Jiraiya and his apprentice abandoned him with villagers who had attacked him. He found solace with the Uchiha family, who had given him a sense of belonging. However, Tragedy struck when his clan was slaughtered by Root Umbu under the orders of Danzo Shimura, a member of the council. Naruto continued, expressing his pride in the new family he had found in Zetsu, Madara, and Obito Uchiha. He became the leader of the Akatsuki at just 18 after Madara passed away. He spoke of a friend he encountered after a fierce battle, where he had to confront the harsh reality of peace that required the sacrifice of many. His emotions surged as he recounted the moment he witnessed his brother's demise, feeling a wave of anger and sorrow wash over him. He unleashed his fury, obliterating the army in a single strike, tears streaming down his face. He felt transformed into a monster, blaming Jiraiya for leaving him behind, which he believed set off this tragic chain of events. As his right eye shifted into a powerful form, he declared that despite everything he wouldn't change his life, as it had led him to people he could trust and love. He demanded to know who the true villain was, the boy abandoned or the one who did the abandoning. Itachi, observing Naruto's transformation, remarked on the legendary Rinnegan, which he had thought was merely a myth. Minato approached Naruto, expressing his sorrow, but before he could finish, a sword pierced his stomach. Naruto removed the weapon, stating it was too late for apologies but chose to spare Minato's life, acknowledging the pain he had caused. With his head bowed, Naruto expressed his sorrow, but Itachi reassured him with a smile, reminding him of his unwavering love. Mikoto and Fugaku joined in, placing comforting hands on Naruto's shoulders, but they warned him that their time was limited. As they began to fade away in a bright light, they bid farewell, leaving Naruto with a bittersweet smile. Satsuki, realizing the truth about their family's fate, asked to join Naruto, rejecting any allegiance to a village that had harmed them. He embraced her and, taking her hand, used Kamui to transport them away from the battlefield. Minato turned to Inoki, warning him that Konoha would not come to his aid when his village fell. Mei and Gaara echoed this sentiment, leaving Inoki in shock as he attempted to protest. Meanwhile, the Raikage, pledged his support, driven by the desire for revenge against the one who had harmed his brother. Inoki smiled, grateful for the alliance, confident that they would not regret their decision. Naruto held a torch as he gazed at his deceased brother lying on a large pile of wood that Samui and Satsuki had helped him gather. The two girls stood a few feet behind him, their heads bowed in sorrow. With a heavy heart, Naruto placed the orange mask that once belonged to Obito onto his brother's face and set his own mask into Obito's hands. He whispered a wish to meet in the other world, then lit the large stack of wood, watching as his brother's body was consumed by the flames. Turning to the girls, he expressed his need to set out for IW, walking past them quickly until he felt two firm tugs on his arm. Samui and Satsuki insisted that he could not leave. Naruto turned to meet their determined gazes. He calmly explained that this was the only way he could find peace. Satsuki, frustrated, demanded to accompany him. Naruto shook his head, and she raised her voice, insisting he could not force her to stay behind. Looking at her with sadness, he offered a brief apology before swiftly incapacitating both girls with a quick strike to their necks. He commanded Zetsu to take them somewhere safe and far from IW, and Zetsu complied, disappearing into the ground with their unconscious forms. Naruto removed his Akatsuki cloak, revealing the attire he wore during his battle with Gaara. As he approached the entrance of IW, his fist clenched in anger, his EMS and Rinnegan flaring with intensity. A group of 15 IW and BU appeared before him, and one of them shouted to attack. Naruto regarded them with indifference, raising a hand and uttering two words, "Almighty push." The ANBU were sent flying back, and a smirk crossed Naruto's face as he charged forward, swiftly dispatching all but one with his sword. He leaned in close to the terrified ninja and instructed him to inform the Kage of his arrival before the ANBU vanished in a hurry. Naruto contemplated the power of the legendary Rinnegan, feeling a surge of knowledge flood his mind. He called upon the summoning jutsu, appearing atop a giant boar with Rinnegan eyes. He leaped off the massive creature, which charged forward, demolishing buildings in its path. As he dodged a large rock, he spotted the Tsuchikage floating above him, who acknowledged Naruto's audacity in attacking his village. Naruto shot back a taunt about the Tsuchikige's stature and questioned whether he felt any regret for ordering his brother's demise when he had the chance. The Tsuchikage denied feeling any remorse, even after Naruto had decimated an army of shinobi. Naruto's glare intensified as he threatened to destroy an entire village. Suddenly he found himself floating, proclaiming his intent to teach the Tsuchikage a lesson. With a powerful shout of "Almighty Push," the village began to crumble under the force of his jutsu, leaving the Tsuchikage to watch in horror as his home was obliterated within moments. Just as he was about to demand the Tsuchikage's regret, a girl's voice rang out, declaring her intent to avenge the village. She leaped into the air to strike Naruto, but he caught her fist effortlessly. In a chilling whisper, he invoked the Tsukuyomi, trapping her in a nightmarish realm where he wielded absolute power. In this twisted world, he tormented her, leaving her to wonder how much time had passed as he continued his relentless assault. Back in the real world, the girl fell limp in his grasp, and he discarded her onto the ground before landing beside her. He turned his attention to the Tsuchikage, vowing to show him the meaning of regret, just as he had learned the meaning of revenge. Grabbing the unconscious girl by her hair, he threatened her life, declaring he would teach the Tsuchikage a lesson no one else could. As he prepared to strike, the Tsuchikage descended, cradling his granddaughter's body in despair, filled with rage and sorrow. He demanded to know Naruto's intentions. With a sinister chuckle, Naruto revealed his desire to teach a lesson to the Tsuchikage and any survivors left in the village. He warned that they would reap what they sowed, gathering lightning chakra in his hand. He recalled how Kakashi had taught him the jutsu, using it to take many lives in battle, and with a final move, he plunged the Chidori into the Tsuchikage's heart. As the body of the fallen Ka dropped beside his granddaughter, Naruto turned away, walking silently as the cries of the survivors echoed behind him. This man is too dangerous to be left alive. He had destroyed an entire village. Just imagine what he could do if he turned his attention to us. I felt a surge of anger, unconsciously releasing a small amount of energy into the room. Gaara smirked at the outburst. He casually remarked that perhaps I was worried about the possibility of the man coming for his village next, especially after foolishly deciding to ally with IW. Or maybe there was a personal vendetta against Naruto Uchiha. I growled, ready to protest, but Mei interjected. It was sad, she said, recalling how cute Naruto had been as a child and how he was her godson. Her gaze shifted to Minato, who stared at the desk, a mixture of anger and shame on his face. She sarcastically wondered how her little Naruto had ended up this way. Minato stood up abruptly, his chair sliding away as he clenched his fist tightly. He acknowledged that it was his fault. If he hadn't left Naruto that day, none of this would have happened. His eyes hardened with determination as he declared that he would correct his mistake, no matter the cost. This declaration earned a pleased smirk from the Raikage, and Gaara nodded in agreement. Mei shook her head, expressing her reluctance to confront the boy she once called her godson, despite the many lives lost on those fateful days. I glared at her, incredulous. How could she not want to confront the monster that had caused so much destruction? Suddenly, a three-pronged kunai was thrown, narrowly missing the Raikage. Minato glared at I, his voice filled with intensity as he pointed out that people like I were responsible for Naruto's transformation. Leaving Naruto behind had affected him, but it was the actions of others that had truly turned him into an enemy. Tears slid down Minato's cheek as he implored I not to label his son a monster, insisting that the true monsters were those who had taken everything Naruto loved away from him. I roared, questioning if Minato wished to start another war with Kumo. Minato met his glare, reminding him of their last encounter when Ice Brother had been at his mercy. He warned I not to underestimate him, as he trained diligently as Hokage. Ice's expression shifted to one of fear, and he quickly looked down at the ground, apologizing for speaking out of turn. Just then a familiar voice broke the tension. Naruto entered the room, casually greeting I and inquiring about his family. He then chuckled, realizing his timing might not be appropriate. Everyone turned to face Naruto, their eyes widening in surprise. Gaara confronted Naruto, demanding to know how he could show his face after everything he had done. Naruto simply told Gaara to be quiet before taking a seat at the table, acknowledging that he was now in the Tsuchikige's chair since he had destroyed the village and its people. Minato eyed his son, asking what he was there for. Naruto grinned, tapping the table and then his head, teasing Minato for being so direct. He sighed, resting his cheek on his fist, before revealing that he had come to negotiate their surrender. The room fell silent, eyebrows raised in disbelief at his bold statement. I shouted back, questioning how Naruto could demand their surrender when he was outnumbered. Naruto lazily responded, reminding Ai of his past victories, including the destruction of their combined army and the defeat of the Hachibi Jinchuriki. He emphasized that he was in a position to demand surrender, having just destroyed a village. He assured the Kages that he did not wish for more bloodshed, but pointed out that Kumo and Konoha had both wronged him deeply. However, he was willing to let it all go if they surrendered their countries under his rule to unite the Shinobi nations and bring peace. Mei considered Naruto's proposition, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. She noted that while it might be a good idea, they did not have the authority to hand over their countries. That decision belonged to the daimyo. She playfully chided Naruto for not being as smart as she thought. Naruto laughed, questioning whose army would win in a confrontation, theirs or the daimyo's. He expressed his frustration at their loyalty to a leader who was not worthy of their respect, likening it to dealing with Konohamaru. Gaara interjected, concerned about their people and the implications of surrendering to someone leading a terrorist organization. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair, telling Gaara to be quiet. When Gaara hesitated, Naruto shot him a glare, prompting Gaara to cover his mouth with sand. Naruto clapped his hands, satisfied that the discussion was over, and announced his intention to visit Satsuki and Samui, knowing they would not be pleased when he returned home. Naruto found himself in a moment of reflection, acknowledging his strength while also feeling exasperated by the too determined Kunoichi. As he activated Kamui, he left behind 4 Kages, who were visibly perplexed. In an unknown location, Naruto emerged from a Kamui, only to be met by the furious expressions of Satsuki and Samui. Satsuki confronted him, expressing her outrage at being knocked out while he left behind his unusual companion. Naruto responded with a grin, attempting to defend Zetsu, his plant-like ally, though he had to admit that Zetsu did have a slightly creepy vibe. Zetsu merely smiled and vanished into the ground. As Naruto turned back to the girls, he narrowly avoided a punch from Samui. He playfully scolded her for her actions, only to be sent crashing into a wall by a powerful strike. Satsuki, having deactivated her Susanoo, teased him about the encounter. Dusting himself off, Naruto shrugged, claiming that his mother hit harder, which earned him a warm embrace from both girls. His smile widened at the unexpected affection, and he quietly mused about having 2 potential partners. When the girls pulled away, they both questioned him in unison, prompting Naruto to scratch his head nervously. He quickly dismissed their curiosity, attributing his earlier comment to gratitude for their hug. Samui regarded him with suspicion, and Naruto chuckled, feeling the tension rise. As both girls approached him with determined expressions, Naruto glanced at his imaginary watch and decided it was time to make a hasty exit. He announced his need to go for a run and dashed out of the cave, leaving Satsuki and Samui pouting behind him. The 2 kunoichi expressed their disappointment in unison, each revealing their intentions to kiss him. A spark of rivalry ignited between them as they declared their claim over Naruto, leading to a playful competition for his affection. "Please don't hurt us," a woman with bright blonde hair cried, tears streaming down her face as she stood protectively in front of her 2 young children. 5 men loomed before the family, their swords stained with the remnants of a recent battle, a lifeless body lying behind them, their father. "Hurt you? No, we won't do that. Right now, we plan to take your little daughter and make her our plaything before the strange ones take your son," one of the men said, a sinister glint in his eyes. The woman shook her head in denial, her sobs growing louder as the men began to close in. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black stepped forward, placing himself between the family and the bandits. "You see, when I was a child, I was fortunate. No one wanted to stain their hands with the so-called demon, but I see you have no qualms about hurting these innocent people. the man said, a single red eye with 3 tomos spinning wildly. The leader of the bandits laughed. We have no business with you, whoever you are, but we won't hesitate to deal with you as we did with that weak man over there. So, move along and I can guarantee your safety, he sneered. The man in black merely smirked, his white teeth gleaming in the darkness. It's always the ones who talk like that end up regretting it, he replied. The bandit's surprise quickly morphed into anger. Oh, a smart mouth are we? I'll wipe that smug look off your face, he yelled, charging forward and swinging his sword down in an attempt to strike. The attempt was futile. The man in black caught his wrist tightly, squeezing until the bandit fell to his knees, dropping his sword in pain. What are you doing to me? The bandit gasped. Just the usual. Saving a lovely family that has just lost a loved one. It's amusing, really, because I consider myself an avenger, the man said, twisting the bandit's arm with a swift motion. A sharp crack echoed as he broke it, eliciting a scream. I loathe people like you, he added before seizing the man by the neck and applying pressure until a satisfying snap indicated the bandit's demise. Boss, the remaining group members shouted, one stepping forward. You'll pay for that. Get him. They charged, but the man in black raised a hand and made a single sign. Ninja art, chakra needles, he whispered, and hundreds of needles appeared above him, shooting forward and striking the group multiple times, incapacitating them in an instant. He turned to the woman and her children, who were trembling in fear. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner to save your husband. Please forgive me, he said, bowing slightly. And nothing to be forgiven about. You saved my children and me. Thank you, she replied, her voice trailing off, silently asking for his name. Naruto Uchiha at your service. He introduced himself, forming another hand sign that summoned a shadow clone. This clone will escort you safely wherever you need to go for the next week. Stay safe, Naruto said before vanishing into thin air. Somewhere in aim, Naruto appeared in a flash, and was met by the sight of the remaining Akatsuki members, including Pain, Konan, Haiden, Kabu, Kisame, Zetsu, and Deidara. Why was the meeting called Pain? Naruto asked, a small genjutsu over his Rinnegan, making it appear as a regular Sharingan. All of us present have begun to think you are incompetent to lead the Akatsuki, Pain replied. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And you believe you would be better? He responded, annoyance creeping into his tone. Indeed. For I am a god, and only a god should lead, correct? Pain continued. Naruto glared at him, remaining silent. I'll take your silence as your answer. I officially declare myself the leader of the Akatsuki. Now, since you foolishly killed the Hachibi Jinchuriki, we will go after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki next. My sources say they are in Konoha. The Akatsuki will deal with him after we deal with you. Naruto felt a jolt of shock. The Akatsuki, a group both Madara and Obito had entrusted to him, was planning to betray him. So, I guess this is a bad time to mention that I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Haiden burst into laughter. I'm sorry, this is just a huge plot twist. Joining this group was the best decision I've ever made, Haiden said, wiping away a tear of amusement. Kakuzu shot him a glare. This is surprising. However, you cannot take all 7 of us, he stated as 5 more redheads appeared from nowhere. Make that 12, Pain added. Give up, you cannot defeat a god. Naruto smirked. So, you're saying that if someone has the Rinnegan, they are a god, Nagato? Pain nodded. Well then, since your eyes are transplanted, you must wonder how much more powerful the real thing is, right? Pain looked confused. What are you talking about? He asked. I'm saying, if you are a god with transplanted eyes, then I guess I'm the true god since mine have morphed, Naruto declared before dispelling his genjutsu, revealing his own Rinnegan. And I possess all the abilities of my Rinnegan. You had to split yours up. Pathetic. He raised a single hand. Almighty push, he shouted, sending the 12 members flying several feet away. He then used his gravity control to hover 10 feet in the air. Don't make me destroy you, he warned menacingly. There can be only one god, one of Pain's paths declared before slamming their hands down, summoning a massive bird with its own set of Rinnegan eyes. It charged at Naruto but halted abruptly before dispelling itself. "What?" the path exclaimed in shock. "Those animal summons only recognize me as their true summoner." "Observe," Naruto said, slamming his hands down to summon a giant boar. He stood atop it as it charged toward Haiden. Haiden grinned with excitement, rushing toward the challenge, but was taken by surprise when an invisible force knocked him back, causing him to skid before being trampled by the boar. As he struggled to rise, he found himself pinned down by 2 copies of Naruto. "I may not be able to destroy your body, but taking your soul should finish you," Naruto stated before extracting Haiden's soul from his body. He dropped the lifeless body and dodged a sword swipe from Kisame. He acknowledged Kisame as his favorite, expressing regret that he had to fall. Speed, he believed, triumphed over brute strength. In a flash, he appeared golden and struck Kisame in the heart from behind. With a final farewell, he deactivated Kyuubi's chakra mode and stood tall. 2 down, 10 more to go. One of the paths warned that he had control over his Bijuu's chakra just as a hand protruded from its chest. The Naruto acknowledged the warning before he exploded, disintegrating the body that held the chakra absorber path. 9 more remained. The real Naruto dodged paper bombs, sighing as he kicked Konan away. He lamented that she could have been a valuable ally to his plans, but sadly, she had to meet her end. Pain shouted for an almighty push, and Naruto was sent flying several feet away from Konan. He regained his composure and decided to deal with Pain's path first, summoning 4 shadow clones. The first clone charged at the animal path and quickly self-destructed, taking it down. The second clone engaged the taijutsu path, struggling at first before unleashing a chidori that severed the path's head. The third clone faced the truth seeker path, swiftly slicing it into pieces with its sword. The fourth clone confronted the soul stealer path, launching jutsu after jutsu until it was overwhelmed and defeated. Now only the gravity path, Pain, Konan, Dara, Kazu, and Zetsu remained. Zetsu vanished into the earth, only to reappear and snatch Deidara in his enormous jaws. Konan shouted in outrage, calling Zetsu a traitor. Zetsu clarified that he had never sworn loyalty to the Akatsuki but to Naruto, even if he found him creepy. Naruto, feeling the urgency of the situation, told Zetsu it was not the time for such discussions as he picked up Kisame's sword. Zetsu bowed and disappeared into the ground. Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of jutsu, combining fire style, earth style, water style, and wind style all at once. Naruto gripped Kisame's sword tightly, hoping it would prove useful. To his astonishment, he watched as the chakra from Kakuzu's jutsu was absorbed by the sword, falling harmlessly to the ground. He admired the sword before placing it down and standing tall. With a fierce determination, he activated his EMS and whispered Amaterasu, summoning black flames that engulfed Kakuzu. He manipulated the flames, directing them into Kakuzu's lungs and swiftly destroying all of his hearts. Reflecting on the cruelty of his actions, he acknowledged that it ranked among the most severe he had ever committed. He then turned his attention to the remaining members. Pain instructed Konan to protect his body, and she nodded, using her paper to form wings and flying away. Naruto acknowledged her departure before focusing on the last path. He taunted it, questioning how it felt to be defeated so easily, before delivering a powerful punch to its gut. Looking down, he deemed it pathetic. Pain, undeterred, proclaimed himself a god who would not die yet. In response, Naruto stomped on his head, leaving a gruesome scene behind. Now, to find the real Nagato. He transformed golden and sprinted in the direction where Konan had flown. 5 minutes later, he opened the doors to find a worried Konan hovering over a weakened Nagato. Ignoring the force that tried to restrain him, he approached Nagato with disdain. He scoffed at Nagato's claim of being a god, finding it pitiful. Nagato could only stare back at him, helpless. Nagato urged him to end it, but Naruto assessed the situation. He declared that Nagato had already sealed his own fate, but he intended to keep Konan alive for her potential usefulness. He knocked her out and slung her over his shoulder, then turned to Nagato, stating that he would take his eyes, which belonged to the Uchiha, not the Uzumaki. He proceeded to remove Nagato's eyes, ignoring his cries of pain. Creating a wind blade with his left hand, he declared his intent to bring true peace, explaining that Nagato's desire for death was the reason for his own demise. With that, he plunged the blade into Nagato's heart, ending his life. He glanced at the unconscious Konan, expressing a sarcastic excitement about bringing her home before vanishing in a flash. I hope I didn't overextend the battle. I wanted to finish it as quickly as I could. So how was it? I hope it was good. Well, see you next time, my little demons. Chapter end. A loud voice shouted, waking Konan from her sleep as she was suddenly drenched with cold water. Instantly alert, she shivered and heard what sounded like a can hitting someone, followed by a reprimand about cursing. As her eyes adjusted, she realized her hands were strapped to a chair. Looking around, she saw a man with black hair nursing his head and a satisfied girl with the same dark hair. She ummed, asking where she was, and then noticed the man glaring at her. He explained that after her group betrayed him and failed to kill him, he had knocked her out and tied her up so that several of him could have their way with her. Conan's eyes widened in fear at the implication, but the man smirked and clarified that he was joking about the last part. He expressed his disdain for those who harm others, mentioning that he had saved a woman and her children from a terrible fate just before she had tried to end him. Recognizing him, she spoke with venom in her voice, and he feigned shock at her dislike. He informed her that she had no choice but to help him achieve peace or face a grim fate. His serious tone made it clear he was not joking. Konan blew her blue hair out of her face, her amber eyes locking onto his coal-black ones. Reluctantly, she agreed to help, but made it clear she didn't have to like it. As soon as she did, he released her from her bindings and clapped his hands in delight. He mentioned that he didn't even need to set Satsuki on her, as she had been particularly feisty lately. Leaning closer, he remarked that Satsuki had been looking at him as if he were a piece of meat. Konan raised an eyebrow, only to realize she was not wearing any clothes. She shrieked and tried to cover herself as best as she could, prompting Naruto to laugh and point out that her clothes were nearby. He told her to come out once she was dressed, and as he left the room, he complimented her beauty, leaving her blushing. Later, Konan entered the room, her face still flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Naruto from the corner of her eyes, which earned her a smirk from him. She sat down at the table and noticed a blonde girl present. Naruto introduced them, stating that Konan would be working with them for a while. He then revealed that the Akatsuki was finished, with only the two of them left alive from it. He mentioned he had to go make amends with some people he had wronged and then vanished. Samui, the blonde girl, glared at Konan, warning her to back off because Naruto was hers. Just then, Satsuki appeared, asserting her long-standing connection with Naruto since he was 6 years old, especially after her family adopted him. Samui innocently pointed out that this made him her brother, causing Satsuki to blush and deny it before running off. Samui smirked, pleased with the outcome, while Konan sat awkwardly, unsure of what she had just witnessed. In Konoha, Naruto sat on Team 7's old training ground, eyes closed as he awaited the arrival of 2 chakra signatures. Moments later, Menma and Naruko Namikaze appeared. He greeted them, acknowledging their half-sibling relationship. Menma glared at Naruto, accusing him of having the nerve to kill many people and then expecting them to come peacefully. He questioned whether it was a trap. Naruto responded that if he wanted them dead, he would have wiped Konoha off the map like he did with IW. He expressed his desire to make amends for how he had treated them in the past, admitting he had been a JRK. As he stood and opened his eyes, he prepared to apologize sincerely. However, before he could finish, he found himself ensnared in chakra chains, realizing Kushina Uzumaki was there, along with elite Jonin, Anbu, and even the Hokage. He attempted to use his chakra but found it ineffective. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Kakashi and Anko, congratulating them on their marriage, even though he hadn't been present for it. Kakashi looked regretful, but Naruto quickly addressed the elephant in the room, revealing that Obito Uchiha was his half-brother, killed by IWA ninja a month prior. As Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, Naruto anticipated his thoughts, smiling as he did so. He then felt a familiar presence beside him and looked to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Whispering, "GG," he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Hiruzen's gentle voice reassured him, telling him not to feel ashamed or guilty for his decisions, reminding him that he had followed his heart. He patted Naruto's head, acknowledging how much he had grown since they last met. Back then, Naruto had been small for his age, but he had always been able to hold his own. Hiruzen looked at him with a sad smile, seeing the boy as a grandson before walking away. The next person to approach was Orochimaru, and Naruto was taken aback. Orochimaru nodded at him, asking about the sword he had given him. Naruto confirmed it was still in working order, a tear slipping down his cheek. Orochimaru grinned, acknowledging Naruto's potential but expressing surprise that he would use it against the hidden leaf. Tsunade then stepped forward, her voice filled with disdain as she wished for Naruto to suffer for his actions. In response, Naruto shot back with a smile, telling her to turn to dust. He narrowly avoided a punch from her, and she yelled at him to go to hell. With a wicked smile, Naruto replied that he would see her there, promising that when he got free, he would ensure she faced the consequences of her past decisions. He revealed that he had a spy network that extended beyond Jiraiya, using his Rinnegan to keep watch over everything. Tsunade, visibly shaken, turned to leave as Jiraiya approached. Jiraiya acknowledged Naruto's boldness but warned him that this time, there would be no escape, as he would ensure the chakra suppressors held firm. Naruto, unfazed, claimed that nothing Jiraiya could do would harm him, thanks to Madara's training. He boasted about breaking every chakra seal except for the chains, which Madara had not tested. Jiraiya huffed and walked away, and soon Minato approached. Minato greeted Naruto, asking if he had considered surrendering. The surrounding shinobi laughed at the exchange, but Naruto glared at them. Minato, as Hokage, declared Naruto's sentence, listing his crimes, which included murder and conspiracy against Konoha. Naruto scoffed at the judgment, pointing out the hypocrisy of the council that had wished for his demise. He accused Minato and Kushina of neglect and abuse, stating that he had suffered at the hands of many shinobi present. He warned that if the council sentenced him to death, he would retaliate against the village. Minato nodded and signaled for Kushina to take Naruto away. 10 minutes later, Naruto sat in his cell, chakra chains binding him while Kushina sat across from him, frowning. He stared at the ceiling, formulating an escape plan. He instructed Zetsu to inform the girls about his situation but added a humorous request not to eat the woman in front of him, which made Kushina look away, unsettled by his cold gaze. Meanwhile, at the base, Satsuki attempted to strike a Kumo shinobi with her Chidori but was swiftly countered by the Reikage. Samui was being dragged away, and Konan was engaged with a group of shinobi. The Reikage declared that he only wanted Samui, and as the Kumo ninjas retreated, Satsuki fell to the ground, exhausted and frustrated for failing to protect her rival. With only Konan and Satsuki left in the cave, Zetsu appeared, noting that Naruto would be displeased. 5 Kumo Jonin stood in the Hokage's office, delivering a letter regarding Naruto Uchiha. Minato opened it and read the contents, which congratulated him on capturing Naruto but suggested showing him a tape that would break his spirit before his execution. Minato considered the idea, deciding it would be the last thing Naruto saw before his fate was sealed. He tucked the tape away and signaled for the ANBU to prepare Naruto for execution. 3 hours later, Naruto walked through the village with Kushina, enduring the punishment from the villagers as he had countless times before. He appeared worn and ragged, looking as if he hadn't eaten in days. Arriving at the execution square, he noticed a large screen in front of it, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. As he walked down, he saw familiar faces from his graduating class glaring at him, including Kakashi and Anko, who looked at him with pity. Konohamaru and Hiruzen regarded him with indifference, though Hiruzen seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. Naruto nodded slightly at the old man, who returned the gesture. He climbed the wooden stairs and sat in the chair he was pushed into, waiting for the Hokage to appear. Minato addressed the gathered crowd, announcing Naruto's sentence of death by beheading. However, he added that, as requested by Kumo, they would first watch a video. Naruto stared at the blank screen as it flickered to life. I appeared on the screen, stating that if the tape was being played, it meant Naruto was facing his end. Cheers and shouts of joy echoed throughout the village. However, a dark presence loomed as I revealed his intentions to Naruto. He had taken something precious from I, and now I intended to take something from Naruto in return. The scene shifted to Samui, marked by a brand on her cheek, her cries resonating through the village. The image then showed her in distress, tears streaming down her face as she suffered. Naruto's heart sank as he witnessed the torment inflicted upon Samui, his eyes welling with tears while Minato's expression turned to one of disgust. The screen displayed Samui, bruised and bound to a stake, as gasoline was poured over her. Naruto felt a wave of horror wash over him as flames erupted, her cries of anguish echoing in his mind. The video shifted to Ice's satisfied smile, taunting Naruto with the pain he had caused. Naruto sat in despair, his black hair obscuring his eyes as he wept silently. He whispered to himself, reflecting on the choices made, before his emotions erupted. He shouted in frustration, his hands clenched so tightly that blood trickled from them. He glared at Minato, blaming him for the tragedy. Anguish filled his voice as he expressed his grief over losing a friend, the chains that bound him darkening in response to his fury. With a fierce determination, he declared that he would take vengeance on those who had wronged him. As the chains reached toward Kushina, she cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Minato rushed to her side, panic setting in as he realized the gravity of the situation. In a moment of clarity, Naruto warned Minato that if he faced the death penalty, he would unleash his wrath upon the village, sparing only those he cared about. Minato turned to see Naruto, free and with his Sharingan activated, a cruel smirk on his face. Naruto revealed his plan, having slowly poisoned Kushina with chakra, and now she lay lifeless in Minato's arms. The weight of loss fueled Minato's anger as he vowed to make Naruto pay. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, surrounded by ANBU, and declared his intentions to eliminate those who had wronged him. As the ANBU charged, they were repelled by an unseen force. Naruto's confidence surged as he proclaimed his strength, ready to unleash chaos upon the village. In a flash, he vanished using Kamui, leaving Minato in a state of disbelief. In the Raikage's office, I was initially pleased, believing Naruto was dead and his brother avenged. That sense of security shattered when he heard a scream from his secretary, followed by her lifeless body crashing into his office. I looked up in horror as Naruto appeared before him, alive and seeking revenge. With a swift motion, Naruto incapacitated Ai, cutting off his limbs with precision. The Raikage's cries of pain filled the room as Naruto unleashed his fury, cutting him in half. Feeling the surge of chakra signatures approaching, Naruto prepared for what was to come. He unleashed a powerful jutsu, obliterating the office and the streets of Kumo, leaving destruction in his wake. With a chilling resolve, Naruto declared that it was time for him to bring ruin to another village. Naruto walked into the cave, his eyes heavy with fatigue. He had journeyed all the way from Kumo without rest, haunted by the nightmares that awaited him. Inside, he found Satsuki pacing the room anxiously, but there was no sign of Konan. He let out a deep sigh and pulled out a chair to sit down. Satsuki noticed him and rushed over, enveloping him in a warm hug. She asked how he had escaped Konoha, where Samui was, and if he had managed to save her. Naruto flinched at her last two questions as he returned the embrace. Pulling back, he delivered the painful news. Kushina Uzumaki was gone, as was Samui, but he had avenged her. He needed rest and walked away, entering his room. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he punched it in frustration, feeling the sting of blood on his hand. Whispering to himself, he lamented that it should have been him. Overwhelmed, he flipped his table, scattering papers everywhere, and broke down, collapsing to his knees in tears. Satsuki felt compelled to comfort him. She gently cradled his head in her lap, stroking his hair as she had done in their childhood. She reassured him that everything would be okay, repeating the words until he calmed down. They sat together for what felt like hours, though it was only half an hour. When Naruto finally sat up, he expressed his gratitude with a soft hug. Satsuki smiled, relieved to see him feeling better. As they shared a moment, their faces drew closer, and they found themselves caught in a tender kiss. It began gently but soon turned more passionate. Naruto brushed Satsuki's hair away from her face as he deepened the kiss, surprising her with his boldness. Just as they were lost in the moment, a knock at the door interrupted them. Naruto pulled back, a trace of surprise lingering between them. Satsuki's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Naruto stood up and instructed her to stay put, flashing her a reassuring smile before opening the door to reveal Konan. He stared at her blankly, and she quickly turned away, her face red. Returning to Satsuki, he noticed her reading a paper that had fallen. Curious, he asked what she was reading, unaware of the trouble it would bring. Satsuki exclaimed in disbelief at the contents of the paper, demanding to know what memories he had implanted in her mind. Naruto sighed and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, offering to show her the real memories. When he finished, Satsuki's cheeks were wet with tears. She questioned why he would inflict such guilt upon her, her body trembling with emotion. Doubt crept into her heart, and Naruto felt a deep ache at her uncertainty about their love. He explained that he needed her to grow stronger and to keep his secrets, which led to a painful slap across his face. Satsuki whispered her distrust, and in silence, she began to walk away, stating her intention to find herself. Naruto felt her chakra signature fade as she left. Desperate, he called out for Konan and Zetsu, who appeared before him in less than a minute. With a hardened gaze, he ordered them to follow and protect her at all costs. He stepped outside the cave to breathe in the fresh air, finding himself in a serene forest clearing. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Cheer up, ma. She'll come back," Itachi's voice echoed. Naruto turned to see his older adoptive brother standing nearby, glowing with an ethereal light. Itachi confirmed he was not alive but expressed his wish that he could have been there for Naruto, revealing that he had died saving him. He poked Naruto's forehead gently, assuring him that he had no regrets and would do it all over again. Overcome with emotion, Naruto embraced the spirit of Itachi, a smile breaking through his sorrow. "Thank you, Itachi and I," he whispered. Itachi smiled back, but his glow intensified, signaling that he was being called back. He promised to see Naruto again, hoping it wouldn't be too long. As Naruto stood there, he heard a female voice comment on Itachi's ability to show off without bragging. A male voice joined in, and when Naruto turned around, he saw Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha. He rushed to them, embracing them tightly. "You've grown, my boy," Fugaku remarked, expressing pride in Naruto's strength. Mikoto looked at her adoptive son, her eyes welling with tears as she marveled at how handsome he had become. Naruto reflected on the words he had just heard, feeling a mix of emotions. He thought about Satsu-chan and hoped she would return. Mikoto reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his cheek and expressing her certainty that she would come back. As they prepared to leave, she and her partner shared their love for him before vanishing. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Madara and Obito Uchiha, appearing as ethereal figures. Madara acknowledged Naruto's growth, expressing pride in his progress. Obito approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder and apologizing for his past. He mentioned seeing Rin in the afterlife, sharing a light-hearted moment that made Naruto laugh. Naruto teased Obito about his experiences, which caused Obito to blush and playfully hit Naruto on the head. Their banter was interrupted as both Uchiha began to glow, signaling their departure. Madara assured Naruto they would be watching over him. As they faded away, another familiar presence emerged. Samui appeared, smirking as she confronted Naruto. He embraced her tightly, overwhelmed with emotion and regret for not being able to save her. She reassured him, rolling her eyes at his guilt. Their conversation turned to a humorous memory of a night they shared, which left Naruto speechless. Samui blushed as she recounted their past, and Naruto, caught off guard, found himself in a comical situation. She playfully called him an idiot before revealing that their time together was coming to an end. As she began to glow, she expressed her hope to see him again soon before disappearing. Naruto stood up, brushing off the dirt, and looked around. A soft voice caught his attention, and he turned to see Kushina Uzumaki. She appeared remorseful, explaining her actions and the misunderstanding regarding his past. Naruto felt a surge of anger but also compassion as she shared her regrets about not being there for him. Kushina admitted her mistakes and expressed her wish to have been a better mother. As she placed a hand on his shoulder, Naruto's heart softened. He forgave her, recognizing the bond they shared, even if it was unconventional. They embraced, and she thanked him repeatedly before her form began to glow. As she faded away, she asked Naruto to ensure that Minato would be remembered fondly. He nodded, feeling a sense of closure. Once back in the real world, Naruto smiled, reflecting on the time he had spent with his family. He felt grateful for the chance to reconnect with them and began walking away, a sense of peace settling within him. A three-pronged kunai struck a tree, followed by a yellow flash, revealing Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Sweat dripped from his brow as the tree behind him erupted, splintering into countless shards that struck his body. He grunted in pain, collapsing to his knees, his breath labored. Looking up, he saw his attacker, their head tilted and a wild smile on their face. Minato declared that the attacker was a monster, but the figure responded, insisting they preferred the term demon, tightening their grip around the Hokage's neck until a sharp sound echoed through the air. Naruto jolted awake from the dream, his fist clenching the black blanket as his Sharingan activated. He whispered to the phantom figure from his dream, asserting that the pleasure belonged to him, not them. Glancing at the clock, he sighed, realizing it was daytime, the day he had been waiting for. The strongest village would fall by his hands alone. Rising to his feet, he stretched, feeling his back pop in several places. He donned a pair of black pants and a light white shirt before strapping his sword to his back. Making a seal with his hand, he filled it with kunai, shuriken, wire, and Madara's fan, though he doubted he would need it. Exiting his room, he entered the kitchen to find Konan observing him quietly while sipping her tea. She asked if that was it without a menacing cloak or Obito's mask. Naruto shrugged, explaining that this was one of the outfits he wore when he was still loyal to the village. It felt fitting. He then snapped his fingers, disappearing back into his room, only to return with his Konoha headband, which he unwrapped from a piece of cloth. A scratch marked the metal as he tied it around his head, sighing. Konan questioned why he was wearing it, suggesting he should have burned it by now. Naruto shook his head, stating that when he destroyed the village, he wanted them to remember one thing: he was once part of it, and they were the reason for their downfall. He grabbed a biscuit from the stove, declaring that no one under the age of 18 would die, a gift he had not given to the other villages. Taking a bite, he exited the cave-like house. Konan asked how he planned to spare the children, wondering if he would just use a single almighty push to finish it. Naruto laughed, assuring her he would use his Rinnegan, but not for that purpose. He wanted Konoha to suffer at his hands, not through a quick and painless technique. She nodded in understanding. Wishing him luck in his revenge, she added that he should try not to die, as she needed to eat. Naruto responded sarcastically, acknowledging her concern for his survival was merely for her benefit. With a small smile, he looked up at the sky and punched the air, declaring it was time to avenge his family and himself before vanishing in a flash. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Naruto took a deep breath as he drew his sword. Something felt off. The village was eerily quiet. He narrowed his eyes, walking toward the gate, where he usually would hear the bustling civilians from afar. But now, not a sound could be heard. Entering the village, he found the streets deserted. Then he sensed all the chakra signatures of the ninja in the village closing in around him. A smirk spread across his face as he sat down to meditate, waiting for his prey like a predator. Suddenly, an army of ninjas surrounded him. He counted them, sighing at the realization that he would face a good 500 opponents, not to mention the civilians hiding in the Hokage monument. He stood up, eyes opening to see a woman praying with a cross in her hands. He scoffed, thinking that not even the author could save her now. A lazy voice interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru questioned if Naruto was implying they were all controlled by a teenager who loved fanfiction. Naruto nodded, smirking at the absurdity. Shikamaru then revealed his plan to capture or kill Naruto, explaining it was a 50-50 chance of who would win if his calculations were correct. Naruto smirked before making a single hand sign, causing 20 clones of himself to appear. He taunted Shikamaru, asking about his chances now that there were 21 of him against 500 of them. Shikamaru began to sweat, realizing the complication of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto instructed his clones on what to do, and they charged at the crowd. The army prepared for battle, surprised as the clones passed them. Sounds of struggle and gasps filled the air as the clones vanished from sight. With the Konoha 12, the entire Sarutobi family, Menma and Naruko Namikaze, Kakashi and Anko Hatake with their child, Kurina Yuhi, Orochimaru, Moegi, and Udon all taken care of, Naruto declared it was time for the real battle to begin. Minato, filled with hatred, gripped his kunai tightly, stating that Naruto would not kill anyone. Rolling his eyes, Naruto drew his sword, a realization dawning on him. Naruto had made a promise to a certain someone that they would be the first to fall. In an instant, something struck the ground, revealing the head of Tsunade Senju. With a hint of blood on his cheeks, Naruto shouted for someone to heal her. Jiraiya, furious, attempted to strike Naruto but was met with a swift block. Naruto taunted him, questioning whether he had truly loved her, and pointed out her current state, revealing it to be an illusion. He then swept Jiraiya off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking around, Naruto challenged anyone else to step forward as the army gathered their courage and charged with battle cries. 20 minutes later, Naruto flicked blood from his sword. Only Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and a few elite jonin remained from the army. Naruto found the battle dull, having defeated the army using only his swordsmanship. He noted that it was to be expected. Minato gritted his teeth, and Naruto continued, expressing his desire to prolong Minato's suffering as a form of revenge. Jiraiya summoned two toads, who appeared confused about the situation. The male toad inquired about Naruto's identity, and Jiraiya grimaced as he explained that Naruto, formerly known as Naruto Namikaze, was a dangerous individual, responsible for the destruction of IWA and Kumo in mere moments. He had wiped out the combined forces of the 5 major villages and kidnapped many of Konoha's ninjas. The male toad recognized Naruto as the child of prophecy, noting his abnormal Rinnegan and sensing 2 ancient energies within him. Jiraiya was incredulous at the toad's claims, arguing that Naruto was destroying the shinobi world. The male toad insisted that Naruto aimed to create a new world, one free from corruption, and Naruto acknowledged the toad's support. He expressed his intention to pass on the contract to Menma and Naruko after Jiraiya and Minato were gone. The female toad, realizing the danger, urged Jiraiya to reconsider fighting Naruto, suggesting they could not defeat him. The toads vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Jiraiya in disbelief. He knelt and bowed, urging Naruto to end his life, believing that if he was indeed the child of prophecy, he would bring true peace. Naruto approached Jiraiya, revealing his disdain for him due to past grievances but agreed to fulfill his wish. He then ended Jiraiya's life swiftly. Minato, witnessing the act, shouted in horror and threw his kunai at Naruto. Before Minato could teleport, Naruto charged forward, striking him in the stomach and then bringing his face down onto his knee. He followed up with a kick that broke Minato's arm. As Minato grunted in pain, he felt Naruto's grip on his hair and the cold metal pressing into his stomach. Naruto revealed that he had mastered the Rasengan but had created his own version using pure wind chakra. He demonstrated the swirling air in his hand, preparing to unleash his new technique. With a sinister look, he activated his Mangekyo and whispered the name of his jutsu, drawing black flames into the swirling wind chakra. He declared it the Amaterasu Rasengan, a powerful technique that would inflict far more damage than the original. He took pride in making it specifically for Minato before plunging it into his chest, ending Minato's life instantly. Turning to the remaining jonin, Naruto demanded they bow if they did not hate him. 5 of the 7 complied, and with a sigh, he eliminated those who had lied. He acknowledged the 2 who stood firm, expressing his respect for their honesty. As screams echoed behind him, he smirked, noting that it seemed everyone over the age of 18 was either dead or dying. He instructed the remaining civilians to relay his greetings before vanishing in a flash, leaving the chaos behind. Naruto was walking back to the base, aware that he would have to face everyone he had rescued from his destruction. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair before opening the door to find everyone waiting. He greeted them simply, as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru was the first to stand up, demanding to know what Naruto had done. Naruto sighed again, responding with sarcasm about his actions of destroying the Shinobi nations and slowly restoring peace. He mentioned that he was currently tracking Satsuki with Zetsu and that he was almost finished with his mission, stating that Mist and Sand would likely surrender soon. Suddenly, Asuma Sarutobi confronted Naruto, holding his trench knives dangerously close. He expressed his outrage at Naruto for destroying his home. Naruto glared back, reminding Asuma that a home should be a place of safety. He harshly questioned whether Asuma thought he felt safe when he was attacked by the villagers. Asuma looked down in shame and backed off. Naruto continued, asserting that if anyone had understood his suffering, they would have fought alongside him to bring down that wretched place. He then turned to Ino, asking if she could broadcast a mind link throughout the world to share his memories. Ino raised an eyebrow, explaining that she lacked enough chakra and needed to be in a higher location. Naruto dismissed her concerns, offering to lend her chakra and promising to take them to a higher place. He led everyone out of the cave and, with a powerful motion, summoned a large tree that shot up through the earth. Once atop the tree, Naruto placed a hand on Ino's shoulder, instructing her to link everyone's minds. With his chakra assisting her, she nodded, signaling that he could begin. Taking a deep breath, Naruto introduced himself, acknowledging that many viewed him as a villain. He invited them to see things from his perspective and to witness his memories. In the desert, the people of Suno were both frightened and intrigued by the voice in their heads. Their work halted, including that of the Kazekage, as images began to play in their minds. They saw a young boy with black hair fleeing from a mob, looking no older than 6. He ran into a dead-end alleyway, and the crowd gasped as they watched the mob close in on him. Naruto's voice revealed that this was him at 6 years old, hated and abandoned. Just then, a boy with long black hair and a weasel mask appeared in the alley, driving the mob away. The world erupted in cheers, relieved that the boy was safe. They then saw the boy with a new family, his eyes transformed into red with commas, experiencing moments of joy. Naruto explained that he had been saved by the Uchiha clan and was now known as Naruto Uchiha. The memories shifted to show the boy confronting his biological family, filled with anger for their abandonment. The scene then changed to a battle where the boy and a girl faced 2 opponents. The tension rose as the girl collapsed, but the boy transformed into a fierce warrior, defeating their enemies with ease. Relief washed over the crowd as the girl stood back up. However, Naruto's voice turned somber as he spoke of a man named Danzo who took his family away. The images showed the boy's parents lying lifeless on the ground, and his brother sacrificing himself for him. Then, 3 new figures appeared, a plant-like being, an old man, and a tall young man in a mask. Naruto revealed that he was taken in by this new family. The memories continued, showing the boy training with his new family, and the crowd felt the weight of his loss when the old man passed away. Time passed, and the boy grew into a man, becoming a leader who faced many challenges, including a fierce battle against a man who could transform into an octopus. The images then shifted to show 2 people, a girl and a man, being taken from him. The scene changed to a desert where the man confronted his enemies. Naruto's voice echoed that they had taken his precious people, and he needed to seek retribution. The crowd watched as the young man's struggle intensified, fighting fiercely to save the girl who meant so much to him, while also reconnecting with a long-lost friend. Somewhere else, Satsuki sat in tears, witnessing Naruto's painful journey. The images showed him finding happiness again, only to face betrayal and loss, including the heartbreaking death of his blonde girlfriend. The memories revealed a cycle of revenge as he fought against those who had wronged him, ultimately leading to a moment of solitude after losing someone dear. The final images depicted the man battling an entire village with only a sword, declaring that he had avenged himself against that wretched place. Everyone cried as they felt his anguish that had led to that moment. Naruto Uchiha stood before them, revealing the struggles he had faced. Despite everything, he still longed for peace. He could unleash chaos and destroy the world, yet he found himself loving it. When one loves something, they wish to protect it, and this was his way of doing so. He whispered a farewell to his friends, taking his hand off Ino's shoulder, which caused her to fall to her knees, gasping for breath. He turned to the few he had saved, all except Orochimaru and Hiruzen, with tears streaming down their faces. A sad smile crossed his lips as he addressed them. He softly remarked that he was not the monster they had believed him to be before lowering the tower of wood. He offered them the choice to leave, but assured them that there was enough space for everyone, and he could always create more rooms for his family. Looking up at the sky, he noted that the sun was setting and suggested they get some rest, playfully warning them not to wake him, as he could be a bit cranky. With that, he went inside, allowing the group to follow him slowly, trying to comprehend the man known as Naruto Uchiha. Naruto stood atop the remnants of the village once known as Kumo. The landscape was littered with trees, remnants of the fierce battle that had unfolded. With a heavy heart, Naruto pressed his fist into the ground, creating a small cross and carving Samwee's name into it. It read, "Here lies Samwee, a person who was loyal and helped her friends. You will be missed." As he stood up and turned away from the ashes of Kumo, one thought consumed him. Next time, it would be Konoha he would walk upon. Naruto Hatake had a unique upbringing. Born into a world of conflict, he was taken in by the infamous copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Over time, he acquired the Sharingan, a secret he had to keep hidden. This change would have profound effects on the Shinobi nations. After Itachi's tragic actions against his clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered him to take Naruto Uzumaki under his wing, training him until he turned 13 and could become a genin. When Naruto returned, he was determined to achieve two goals: become Hokage and protect Sayuri Uchiha. In a different timeline, Naruto was kidnapped at birth by Obito Uchiha and raised by the Akatsuki. Eventually, Konan, his surrogate mother, encouraged him to return to Konoha on a mission to make friends his age. At the age of 6, Naruto befriended Kurama, allowing him to access Tailed Beast Chakra mode earlier than most. This small detail would ripple through history in unexpected ways. After defeating Pain, Naruto found himself unexpectedly appointed as the newest Hokage, gaining new friends and enemies along the way. What if Naruto's reaction to Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was far more intense than originally portrayed? Fueled by rage, he swore vengeance against Orochimaru, mirroring Sasuke's quest for revenge against Itachi. This decision would lead him to leave with Sasuke. In a tragic turn of events, Sasuke fell in battle against Haku, his last act being the transfer of his Sharingan to Naruto. With a new purpose, Naruto dedicated himself to training, determined to fulfill Sasuke's dying wish, to defeat Itachi Uchiha. After the battle in the Valley of the End, Naruto returned to Konoha, deeply wounded and emotionally shattered. It became a mission for his friends to help him heal without being consumed by the darkness surrounding them. Despite his efforts to bring Sasuke back, Naruto faced betrayal from those he once considered friends, including Kakashi and Tsunade. Overwhelmed by feelings of abandonment, he contemplated ending his own life, only to be stopped by Jiraiya and, surprisingly, Sasuke. In a different scenario, Naruto nearly fell victim to an assassination attempt, leading him to be taken in by the third Hokage and eventually trained by the god of Shinobi. In a world where Minato and Kushina survived the Kyuubi's attack, they happily raised their twins, Naruko and Naruto. However, as time passed, Naruto began to fade from their memories, bearing the brunt of Konoha's disdain. Just when hope seemed lost, two individuals entered his life, changing it for the better. As Naruto navigated these challenges, he remained determined to honor Sasuke's ambition by defeating Itachi Uchiha and continuing the Uchiha legacy. The family of Naruto Uchiha, those he had spared from his wrath on Konoha, gathered around a large table, smiling and chatting as they caught up with the dark-haired man they had known in his youth. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed Naruto with curiosity. Hiruzen inquired about Naruto and Satsuki, asking if he had finally kissed her. Naruto, who had been calmly sipping tea, choked and was playfully thumped on the back by Choji, sending him stumbling. He glared at Hiruzen and Choji, along with the rest of the group, who were laughing. Naruto reminded them not to ask such questions while he was drinking tea, but then broke into a grin as he confirmed that he had kissed Satsuki twice. The group erupted into applause. Ino commented that she wasn't surprised, stating that they belonged together. Naruto felt a light blush creep onto his cheeks just as Satsuki wrapped her slender arms around his neck from behind. She acknowledged their bond, and Naruto's eyes widened in recognition of her voice. He stood up abruptly, knocking his chair back, and embraced the raven-haired girl in a warm hug. She smiled contentedly as he buried his face in her neck, inhaling the familiar scent of lavender and vanilla. Stepping back, he expressed his happiness at her return, and she smiled back, saying she could never stay away. In a moment of joy, Naruto leaned in and kissed her, prompting a chorus of "us" from the others, while the Konohamaru corps pretended to GG. They shared a tender moment, leaning their foreheads together before shushing the others out of the room. In the forest, Naruto expressed uncertainty about Satsuki's return, but she reassured him that she felt everything he did and realized her true love for him. He smiled faintly, recalling the day they were attacked by IWA ninjas, which he believed was when his feelings for her began. They both laughed at their past naivety, agreeing that things had changed for the better. As they faced each other, they shared a passionate kiss, but their moment was interrupted by a loud cough. Both Uchihas turned to see a man dressed in white, except for a blank black mask. He greeted them in a monotone voice, and instantly, they were on guard, ready to confront the stranger. The man raised his hands, claiming he meant no harm, but his chuckle carried a hint of malice. Naruto unsheathed his sword, asserting that the man clearly did not know who he was threatening. Activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he prepared for battle. The masked man drew his own sword, which was long and thin, adorned with black and white spots. As the masked man charged, Naruto felt a sharp cut on his cheek, realizing that no one had matched his speed in a long time, especially with his Sharingan active. They exchanged blows, each trying to gain the upper hand in their swordsmanship, but neither could land a decisive hit. They jumped back, catching their breath. Naruto smirked, declaring that while the masked man might rival him in swordplay, no one could match him in ninjutsu. He unleashed a series of fireballs, knocking the man off balance. Following up, he summoned lightning with a technique called Chidori Stream, sending a surge through the forest. The masked man, now on one knee, acknowledged Naruto's talent in ninjutsu, hinting that even the Sage of Six Paths would struggle against him. Naruto accepted the compliment but asserted his own proficiency. He formed hand seals, summoning a large dragon made of earth that charged at him, prompting Naruto to create a wooden wall for defense. Taking advantage of the distraction, the masked man charged, unleashing a dragon made of ink that crashed through the wall and struck Naruto, sending him flying. As he stood, wincing from pain, a realization washed over him. Recognizing the man as Sai, Naruto braced himself for what was to come. Sai removed his mask, revealing his identity, and without warning he attacked Naruto, causing him to fall. Just as Sai whispered that Naruto must die, Satsuki screamed in horror, attempting to strike Sai with a Chidori. However, he caught her wrist and incapacitated her with a swift move. Sai adopted a thoughtful pose before hoisting Satsuki over his shoulder and turning to Naruto, who could only watch in despair as his girlfriend was taken, feeling utterly powerless. Sai expressed his intent to make Naruto experience the anguish he felt when Danzo was killed and his home destroyed. He declared that if Naruto wanted Satsuki back, he would need to confront him in 2 months at the site where the combined forces of all the Shinobi nations had been defeated. With that, Sai turned and walked away slowly, deliberately provoking Naruto. Naruto's Rinnegan flared with intensity, prompting Sai to vanish in a burst of speed. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Naruto looked up at the sky and unleashed an immense force, an almighty push that erupted from him, leveling the miles of forest surrounding his home. Naruto stood before his family, saying farewell for what might be the last time. Over the course of 2 months, he had trained vigorously, not allowing himself any time to enjoy life. His only thought was to bring Satsuki back into his arms once again. Hiruzen placed an arm on Naruto's shoulder, wishing him luck, but Naruto felt numb. He simply nodded at the old man's words. Orochimaru echoed the sentiment, and as Naruto turned away, ready to fight for his love, he spoke for the first time in 2 months, his voice raw and hoarse. He expressed his love for them and whispered goodbye, a single tear falling from his cheek before he vanished in a swirl of space-time, his cloak the last thing they saw. In the desert-like valley, Naruto appeared, his guard up as he spotted 2 figures in the distance. Activating his Sharingan, he recognized Satsuki and Sai, letting out a sigh of relief that she was okay. However, his eyes hardened at the sight of Sai, his blood boiling. Sai challenged him to continue their fight, stating that if Naruto won, he would get Satsuki back, but if he lost, she would perish. A new resolve surged within Naruto. He was determined not to let Sai win. Naruto declared that if Sai wanted to lose, he wouldn't deny him that. He shifted his Sharingan to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his Rinnegan flaring to life. He insisted that Satsuki be left unharmed. Sai agreed and released her, stepping forward as Naruto mirrored his movement. They both accelerated, meeting in the center of the valley with a clash of fists. The two exchanged blows, neither backing down. Sai drew his sword, but Naruto met it with 2 cross swords. Sai remarked on Naruto's dual wielding, and as the battle shifted in Naruto's favor, he smirked. He had forgotten he could dual wield since their first battle and was ready to go all out. However, Sai suddenly blasted him backward, but Naruto landed on his feet, his cloak now dirty. Sai's expression turned pale, almost ghostly, as he revealed he had made a pact with a dark force. He intended to watch Naruto suffer before he met his end. With a sadistic grin, he disappeared and landed a punch in Naruto's stomach, causing him to double over. Naruto attempted to retaliate, but Sai was too fast. Yet, Naruto smirked, tapping into his own power. He transformed into a figure of golden yellow, his hair shifting as if it were a flame, a long cloak surrounding him. He shouted his determination and began to unleash a flurry of attacks on Sai, sending him flying. Naruto performed a series of hand seals, causing wood to sprout from the ground and strike Sai multiple times. Charging at Sai's unguarded body, Naruto unleashed a barrage of punches before slamming a Rasengan into Sai's stomach, causing him to stagger. Sai, now on all fours, began forming hand signs, declaring his own powerful technique. Blue flames surged toward Naruto, but he leaped into the air just in time to avoid them, quickly forming his own hand signs. With a shout, he unleashed a massive fire technique, watching as Sai was engulfed in flames. Breathing heavily, Naruto sensed Sai's chakra still lingering. He combined his wind Rasengan with Amaterasu flames, creating a swirling vortex of energy. As he prepared the massive Rasengan, the ground trembled beneath him, and the wind picked up, swirling dirt around them from the sheer power of his attack. "This is one of my trump cards. I'd like to see you survive this," he shouted before launching the gray-colored Rasengan at Sai. When it struck, a thunderous sound echoed for miles, causing many to wince at its intensity. Naruto stood there, breathing heavily, nearly out of chakra, as his Kyuubi mode cloak faded. He fell to one knee, relieved that it was over. Or so he thought. He still sensed Sai's chakra. He gasped, disbelief washing over him. There stood Sai in the center of the crater, his face a distorted mess, his arms completely gone, his knees shattered, and his legs unrecognizable. What remained of his face seemed to be staring right at Naruto. "I'm still here," a muffled voice chimed gleefully. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the situation reminding him of Haiden, the Jashinist. His Rinnegan flared, and a smirk crossed his face. "Perfect." He raised his hand, using the last of his chakra, and slowly lifted it. Rocks surrounding Sai began to rise into the air, forming a small sphere. He clapped his hands together. "Planetary devastation," he declared, causing the ground beneath Sai to give way, pulling the pale man upward into the swirling mass of rock. "Die!" he shouted as the rocks came crashing down, sealing Sai's fate. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed to the ground, landing on his chest, panting heavily. The last technique had drained his chakra. He looked up and saw Satsuki lying unconscious at least 200 yards away, but he didn't care. Ignoring the falling debris as it settled back into the crater, he disregarded his inability to walk. All that mattered was ensuring Satsuki was safe. He crawled slowly toward her, disregarding the sharp rocks that cut into him. Inch by inch, foot by foot, Naruto made his way to the Uchiha girl. Finally reaching her, he grasped her hand and summoned the last of his strength to pull her into his arms. He rested his chin on her head, tears of joy streaming down his face. The warmth of his tears gently stirred her awake. She leaned up, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "Where am I?" she murmured before her gaze shifted to Naruto, her eyes widening. "Naruto-kun?" she exclaimed upon seeing the exhausted man. He smiled at her. "You're safe. But I'm going to sleep now. Zetsu, please carry me home and escort Satsuki-chan," he said sleepily before drifting off. 1 month later, Naruto stood before Mei Terumi and Gaara of the Sand. The former Mizukage and Kazekage had willingly surrendered and recognized Naruto as the leader of the newly united Shinobi nation. A bright smile spread across Naruto's face. "Finally, I can call you my allies, and perhaps even friends soon enough," he said. Mei returned the smile, while Gaara allowed a small smile to form, relieved that no more bloodshed would fall upon his people. "We are glad to call you an ally as well, Naruto-sama," Gaara replied. Naruto waved him off. "The people recognize me as the emperor now. But you, Gaara, should see me as an equal. After all, you are the protector of the sand part of our united country." Gaara nodded. "And you too, Mei, I'm your godson after all. You're the protector of the mist. I have Orochimaru overseeing what was once the fire country." He had divided the 5 nations into states, assigning 1 person to each, with Asuma and Kakashi watching over the land of rock and lightning, both trustworthy allies. He knew he could rely on Gaara and Mei to govern their countries, as their people were there. "Of course, Naruto-kun," Mei replied. The 2 former Kage bowed and departed to help govern their respective countries. Naruto let out a long, content sigh before gazing at the sky. "My mission is over, GG, Abitonai. I have finally achieved true peace," he said, a tear running down his face as he smiled. Just then, Satsuki walked into the room. "Are you done yet?" she asked. Naruto nodded. She walked over and wrapped her arms around the man she had known since she was 6 years old. "What now?" Naruto smirked playfully. "Well," he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes, "I was thinking of starting to revive the Uchiha clan to its former glory. What do you think?" She responded with a deep kiss. "I think that's a great idea," she whispered. Naruto smirked again and quickly transported them to their room, where they would spend the next 3 days together, engaged in spirited activities that left the curious Konohamaru core wondering about the source of the noises they heard. Naruto Uchiha sat on his porch, overlooking the empire he had fought so hard to protect. A warm smile spread across his face as he enjoyed the peaceful moment. He was the emperor of the now united Shinobi nation, and beside him sat his lovely wife, Satsuki Uchiha, who was caring for their baby, Sasuke. Though he wouldn't admit it, a hint of jealousy stirred within him. In the kitchen behind them, Itachi was finishing his breakfast. Naruto gently squeezed Satsuki's hand, prompting her to look up and smile back at him. He leaned forward, sharing a soft kiss, but suddenly pulled back as an overwhelming presence filled the air, charged with chakra and crackling like lightning. Sasuke, having finished feeding, began to cry, and Itachi rushed into his father's arms. A loud, menacing voice echoed through the valley, demanding to speak with the strongest fighter. Naruto exchanged a glance with Satsuki, who nodded in agreement. He activated his Kamui, unintentionally bringing Itachi along with him. In a desert valley, Naruto emerged from his Kamui, landing gracefully on his feet, while Itachi stumbled and fell onto his bottom. Surprised, Naruto looked at his son and asked what he was doing there. Itachi, clearly frightened, whispered that his father had brought him. Softening his expression, Naruto reassured him before creating a shadow clone and instructing Itachi to stay behind it. As they prepared to face the unknown threat, Naruto turned to find a man in an orange gi standing before him, sporting a peculiar black symbol and gravity-defying hair. Naruto glared at the stranger, who introduced himself as Goku and expressed his desire to fight. Goku proposed a wager. If Naruto won, Goku would leave. If he lost, the consequences would be dire. Naruto, unfazed, declared that he would not lose. He formed a hand sign, releasing his chakra restraints and unleashing a tremendous energy that impressed Goku. They exchanged words about their respective powers, with Goku boasting of his 5 transformations. Naruto, in turn, introduced himself as the Emperor of the United Shinobi Nation and acknowledged Goku's strength while hinting at his own abilities. Goku, confused by the term chakra, was met with Naruto's playful retort, suggesting it was akin to what Goku called ki. Goku then began to transform, his aura glowing golden as he entered his Super Saiyan form. He demonstrated his other transformations, culminating in a state he called Ultra Instinct, where his body reacted instinctively. As the tension built, Naruto prepared to reveal his own transformations, readying himself for the impending battle. It was around 9 o'clock, and Naruto expressed his desire to go home and sleep. Satsuki shared the same sentiment. As they walked, Satsuki pretended to fall dramatically, claiming she had succumbed to exhaustion. Naruto, with a slight grin, declared that no one would be left behind and picked her up in a bridal style, running toward the Uchiha compound. Satsuki blushed as she held onto the back of his neck, a hint of worry crossing her mind about being dropped. Naruto felt a flush on his cheeks but continued running until they reached the large gate of the Uchiha compound. He gently set Satsuki down as they entered, both of them noticing the quietness that enveloped the area. The lights in most houses were off, except for the police force building, which had a few lights on in one of its stories. Naruto recalled that the second floor housed the meeting room, where new Uchiha members were welcomed after completing the rite of passage, the Fireball Jutsu. Satsuki asked if one of the children had completed the Fireball Jutsu, to which Naruto shrugged, doubting it since the children were all under 8 years old. Satsuki reminded him that he had succeeded on his first try at 7. Naruto chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head, and claimed that not everyone was as awesome as he was, prompting Satsuki to roll her eyes. They made their way up the stairs to the police station owned by the Uchiha clan and climbed to the second floor. Naruto opened the door slowly, revealing the Uchiha clan members seated as Fugaku spoke, with Mikoto and Itachi beside him. Fugaku emphasized the need to address the disrespect faced by their clan, and everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions stoic. Satsuki raised an eyebrow, while Naruto pondered the meaning behind Fugaku's words, questioning why anyone would disrespect the Uchiha. Suddenly, Itachi appeared at the door, his expression as impassive as ever. He mentioned that he thought they were on a mission. Naruto explained their early return and the lights they had seen. Itachi interrupted him, urging them to keep quiet as Fugaku was unaware of their presence. He advised them to go home and wait, indicating that this was not the right place for them at the moment. Nodding, Naruto and Satsuki hurried back down the stairs, wondering about Itachi's unusual behavior. They had noticed him acting isolated and distant from the clan lately, which was strange since he was usually the kindest person they knew. Once home, they prepared instant ramen, one of Naruto's favorite meals. As they ate, Satsuki asked if the chakra she felt on the bridge had belonged to the Kyuubi. She described how she had experienced sadness and anger during her dream, which faded when she called out his name. Naruto, unable to meet her gaze, apologized, feeling guilty for her distress. Satsuki reassured him that it wasn't his fault, explaining that her fear was directed at the Kyuubi, not him. She admitted to feeling scared that it might take him away. Naruto turned to meet her eyes, noticing the blush on her cheeks. Just then, Sai entered the room, startling both of them. He awkwardly smiled and explained that he had barged in because he thought it was polite. Naruto rolled his eyes at his teammates' behavior and returned to his ramen. Satsuki inquired about Sai's presence, and he handed them 2 pieces of paper. He explained that the Chunin exams were approaching, and they had missed receiving the papers from Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement as he quickly read the papers, then looked at his teammates with a huge grin, exclaiming that it would be awesome. Naruto found himself in a familiar routine with the Konohamaru Corps, consisting of Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, all of whom were in the academy. They persistently asked him to play or train with them until he finally relented. Today was no different. Konohamaru insisted, urging Naruto to join them. Despite the relentless pleading, Naruto remained firm in his refusal. However, the playful persistence of the trio wore him down. After a moment of exasperation, he finally agreed, warning them that they had 10 seconds to hide. The first one he found would face a humorous consequence. As the trio dashed away, Naruto was approached by Menma and Naruko. Menma taunted Naruto, questioning his abilities, while Naruko scolded him for being mean. Naruto brushed them off, stating that he had to play with his little brother, leaving them behind. Turning a corner, Naruto spotted the Konohamaru Corps looking fearful. Their leader was being held by a boy in a cat suit, with a girl sporting 4 ponytails standing behind him, looking annoyed. The boy, Kankuro, was determined to teach Konohamaru a lesson for bumping into him. Naruto intervened, expressing his disapproval of Kankuro's actions. He activated his Sharingan, which momentarily intimidated Kankuro. The confrontation escalated, and Naruto used a genjutsu to show Kankuro a vision of his greatest fear. Kankuro, shaken, tried to dismiss the encounter, but Naruto warned him about the upcoming Chunin exams and the consequences of their actions. As the situation unfolded, another figure emerged from the shadows, Gaara of the Sand, who introduced himself and his siblings. Naruto responded with his own introduction, expressing his anticipation for their meeting at the Chunin exams. After the brief encounter, Naruto reflected on Gaara's status as a Jinchuriki, realizing they shared a unique bond. After playing ninja with his friends, Naruto decided to visit the Sarutobi household. He called out for Hiruzen, who was found in his usual spot, enjoying a book. Naruto teased him about his reading material, but Hiruzen defended his choice, claiming it was a gift. Their light-hearted banter turned serious as Naruto shared that something had been troubling him lately, signaling a shift in their conversation. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the young boy and inquired about his troubles. Naruto expressed his concerns about the Uchiha clan, mentioning that he and Satsuki had been excluded from secret meetings. He understood his own exclusion due to being adopted, but he felt Satsuki, as the legitimate daughter of the clan head, should be included. Hiruzen frowned at this revelation, acknowledging Naruto's importance to Fugaku and Mikoto, despite his doubts. The news of the secret meetings troubled him, and he asked Naruto what he thought they were about. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto shrugged, admitting he had no idea. Hiruzen smiled sadly at the boy and encouraged him to go home, assuring him that it was probably nothing. As Naruto left, Hiruzen reflected on Naruto's innocence and how he was unaware of the deeper truths surrounding him. Itachi then emerged from the shadows, expressing his desire to keep things that way. He revealed that the clan planned to attack alongside the Sand during the 3rd exam of the Chunin exams, intending to use the 9 tails by controlling Naruto with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen sighed, recognizing that this was his greatest fear. He looked deeply into Itachi's eyes, questioning whether he was certain about his decision. Itachi responded with determination, believing that his actions would prevent war and further loss of life. Hiruzen, though saddened, accepted Itachi's resolve and instructed him to proceed when he was ready. Itachi bowed respectfully before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. 13 years later, Naruto and Satsuki were engaged in a friendly sparring match with their 2 sons. The older boy, Itachi, was 12, while the younger, Sasuke, had just turned 7. Naruto, dodging the taller boy's punches, wore a small smile, clearly enjoying the spirited challenge. Naruto playfully encouraged Itachi, urging him to give his best effort. Itachi, feeling the pressure, began forming hand signs. He unleashed a medium-sized fireball aimed at his father, his eyes widening in surprise as he realized he might have gone too far. Concerned for Naruto's safety, he called out to him, worry etched on his face. Satsuki, training Sasuke, rolled her eyes at Naruto's antics. She chastised him for messing with Itachi's head, emphasizing that it wasn't good for him. In a playful moment, she tripped Sasuke, causing him to tumble to the ground, where he rubbed his head in annoyance. Sasuke protested that it wasn't fair, to which Satsuki simply shrugged, reminding him that shinobi don't play fair. He nodded slowly, beginning to understand. Just then, Naruto appeared behind Satsuki and lifted her in a bridal style, eliciting a surprised squeal from her. Itachi and Sasuke burst into laughter at their parents' antics. Naruto complimented Satsuki, expressing his affection with a kiss on her cheek, which made her blush. She playfully called him an idiot, to which he responded with a tender whisper, claiming his title as her idiot. She smiled softly and returned the affection with a kiss, much to the boys' dismay. In unison, Itachi and Sasuke declared the display gross. Their parents exchanged mischievous glances, and Naruto playfully declared that they would show the boys what gross really meant. He set Satsuki down and, with ease, placed each child into a garbage bin. Naruto created a shadow clone and smugly informed them they wouldn't be allowed out until they could guess his birthday. The boys' eyes widened in horror as they struggled to remember. Meanwhile, Naruto and Satsuki shared a moment of excitement, hinting at the prospect of expanding their family. Satsuki blushed deeply as she took Naruto's hand, and together they ran into the house, happiness radiating from them as they closed the door behind them. Sasuke turned to Itachi, confused, and asked what their parents meant by that. Itachi shuddered, suggesting that it was better not to know. The shadow clone of Naruto laughed heartily, looking up at the sky and expressing his love for his family in his thoughts, feeling grateful for each one of them. The end. Team 7 participated in the Chunin exams, with the first and second exams going smoothly, as nothing out of the ordinary occurred since Orochimaru was on their side. During the preliminaries, Naruto faced Kiba once again, decisively defeating him. Satsuki also emerged victorious in her match, while Sai, under Danzo's orders, surrendered to Menma, a fact unknown to Naruto and Satsuki. Naruko fought an original character and won, while Sakura and Ino had their usual outcomes. As Naruto and Satsuki began their journey home, Kakashi pulled Naruto aside to offer training for the month leading up to the third exam. However, Naruto declined and returned home, only to discover a devastating scene. He found his parents lifeless in their home, and witnessed Itachi delivering a fatal blow to Satsuki. Overcome with rage, Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, along with 2 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. Itachi countered with his own Mangekyo, trapping Naruto in a genjutsu that forced him to relive the loss of his family repeatedly. Naruto later awoke in the hospital, greeted by Orochimaru and Kakashi, who expressed their sympathy. Accepting their training, Naruto began using shadow clones to enhance his strength, adopting an emotionless facade in response to his family's death. Minato and Kushina attempted to comfort him and offered for him to live with them, but he refused. Fast forward to the third exam, where Naruto triumphed over Neji and then faced Menma again, winning without resorting to his Sharingan or Mokuton. Naruko found herself in a perilous situation against Gaara, but Naruto intervened, declaring Gaara a disgrace to all Jinchuriki for losing control. In the final match, Naruto struck Gaara with a Chidori, causing Gaara to spiral into chaos, prompting an attack from the Sand Village. As Gaara succumbed to sleep, Naruto summoned Susanoo to confront Shikage, narrowly escaping death when a mysterious figure in an orange mask intervened, only to turn on him. Utilizing Kamui, Naruto evaded the masked man. Realizing he was beginning to lose his sight, Naruto vowed not to misuse the Mangekyo. After the invasion, he embarked on a 3-year training journey with Orochimaru, determined to grow stronger to confront Itachi and avenge his clan. 3 years later, Naruto returned, significantly more powerful, able to stand against Orochimaru and Kakashi. He set out to find Itachi, leading to a confrontation at the Valley of the End. The battle reached a stalemate until Naruto unleashed his final technique, the Raisin Shuriken, which brought Itachi to the brink of death. In his final moments, Itachi revealed the truth about the massacre and urged Naruto to eliminate one more Uchiha to achieve peace. Fueled by anger towards the Leaf for the Uchiha clan's demise, Naruto learned that Danzo had manipulated the council's decision using Shursue's stolen Sharingan. Naruto confronted Danzo and ultimately defeated him. He then faced the masked man again, discovering that this was not the same individual from years prior during the invasion. Naruto used Amaterasu to eliminate the masked man and left the battlefield. Visiting his family's grave, Naruto encountered Satsuki's spirit, who encouraged him to forgive their family. He complied but still declined to live with them. Soon after, the village came under attack from the masked man from his past. As the village fell into chaos, Naruto and the masked man clashed, realizing they were evenly matched. Naruto executed a powerful giant Rasengan, shattering the masked man's disguise to reveal Satsuki Uchiha. Satsuki expressed her jealousy of Naruto, claiming he was the favored one and an intruder in her life. In a fit of rage, Naruto's Rinnegan awakened, and they resumed their battle. Satsuki revealed her training under Madara Uchiha and her hatred for Naruto, which deeply affected him. He declared that while it might be too late to save her, he would never stop trying. As they continued to fight, Satsuki formed a Chidori, having learned it from Kakashi long ago. Naruto countered with a Rasengan, and they charged at each other, pouring all their chakra into their attacks. The collision left them both severely injured, each missing an arm. In that moment, they forgave one another, but Minato sought to execute Satsuki. Despite his injury, Naruto summoned Mokutan, using the Kyuubi's chakra to help them escape, leaving the village behind forever. 10 years later, Naruto and Satsuki had children and lived in peace, marking a new chapter in their lives. I got lazy. Pardon the bad grammar. I feel like I should focus on the upcoming fanfiction I'll be doing, along with my other original books. So anyway, this is the last goodbye of this book. Jared, also known as God, is out.